haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet, seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu.
Doing some kind of bird.
Saavat mun tohi sydämään
No one's run lap.
kastoisen. Sä lykiroihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
Joo, kaikki mukaan.
Se on laakia vaina kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Sä lykiroihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Saavat mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Sä lykiroihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Mission Control. I will spare you the introduction, and we will go right to this. They put Booter 9 on the pad a couple of days ago, and now
We initially joked that they...
now we should, you know, be getting a static fire. You know, it's a lot quicker than last time with Booster 7, because Booster 7 had to...
If you look at Booster 7, the story is a bit different. Because that cryo, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, static fire, spin prime, static fire, static fire, spin prime, cryo test. So, it's a bit of a different story in amount of 10. And yes, I just did this to make it clear how many tests Booster 7 had.
So, it was actually really quick for Booster 9 to get onto the pad, as Adrian said, because, you know, Booster 7 spent a lot of time doing a lot of other things. Would you like to hear the list of things it did before it launched again?
If you look at Booster 7, the story is a bit different. Because that cryo, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, cryo test. So, it's a bit of a different story in amount of 10. And yes, I just did this to make it clear how many tests Booster 7 had.
So we should get a Booster 9 static fire here momentarily.
Another question here I want to hit because I like it. Anyway, for you, Trevor.
Speaking of Adrian.
Why are they even landing on the chopsticks in the first place? Isn't a landing pad besides the tower a safer option?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and it really kind of goes to show SpaceX design philosophy. And what it comes down to is landing legs are hard. We see on Falcon 9 that it took SpaceX teams many years to figure out how to be able to retract the legs after each landing instead of just taking them off like they used to. So on top of that, it just adds a lot of time to have to deal with landing legs. So SpaceX is hoping to get around that in the long run and not have to deal with it. Additionally, by having the landing legs, if you will, the chopsticks mounted to the stage 0, you remove quite a bit of mass from the booster, which increases your payload capacity. So it's this trade-off of, you know, they want to be able to recover these boosters, but they also want to have as much payload to orbit. So what's a good idea? Move as much of it onto stage 0 as possible.
What?
Here we go. And I want to thank everybody who's watching already, because I just saw that we already
hey.
crossed 10,000 people watching.
This is the guy.
So we are just in the early stages of the test at this point, and you're already wanting to ask questions here, wanting to watch the event. So thank you all for that. That's really, really cool of you all watching.
I may or may not in the back channel just have said, "Morning, everyone. Is it time for the cryo spin prime static fire?" Yeah, I got a lot of colorful responses. Just crap posting in the NSF Discord. It's what I do. All right.
And this is 9 to 9 something. Maybe they.
Yeah. 9 to
What?
9. Loco, you said 9 to 1 on accident.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I feel bad to try to do the
Yeah, I
live
wonder if that
cast.
is like
Oops.
somehow related to it being a Friday, or they just thought they might be ready later. I
Now
I
I'm
cannot
gonna post the
find
today
good reason
is
yet, but
Friday
it might just come down to some Friday
in
regulations.
California.
But yeah, Daniel B asking, Alex, do you have a selected a barber yet for your haircut?
Well, we'll see. This gotta launch first, and then we'll see. I already have something in mind for the third launch, for some kind of bed.
I'm gonna get
but
banned.
we'll see.
Chris is gonna be like,
Just
get
to
the hell out of
recap,
here.
if it launched before September 27th,
23rd, just the end of the summer, like proper summer.
there we go. So if it launches before that, Alex said to remove his hair, to go bald, and that's gonna be funny because Alex actually has a lot of hair on his head, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's long.
Yep.
Give me one
Team
second.
question here, and it's prefaced with team question, so it's a team question. What will be the ideal lift of time from launch table? The first time it looked almost 6-second havoc on the table. So what's your thought here? So basically, how long will they hold this time on the pad before going up? Alex, you go first.
Sure. So I think for this time around, they have already talked about it being
Discovery,
3
go and throttle up.
second
Just joined
startup
spicy
sequence.
today, aren't you? Yeah.
For the first
yeah,
one,
yeah.
it was a little bit slower. Like they took longer because, as Elon mentioned, they wanted to get more engine startup data before committing to launch. Which is funny because at the end of the day, they launched
We've
with
corrupted
about 3
EJ. He's
engines.
embraced Twitch
But
chat
okay.
as a personality.
This
Oh God!
time around-
It took 10 years, but now you're here. Anyway, no, Chris. I was talking to Chris. He was like, "Why aren't you casting?" I'm like, it's mostly because I have my head up my ass. Sorry.
See that they are like doing the 3 seconds before and then the 2 seconds after, like simulating
Hey,
that
Grab.
without the ramp up,
Morning.
obviously to lift off and everything like that.
I mean,
Definitely sounds like
yeah, fellas, I had a lot of stuff to do this week. People were telling me about the booster static fire, but I was like, I had. It was a very productive week for me. Is that an Ismic resub? It is. Crazy to think 2 months from 3 years, been an amazing ride. Cheers. I brought out the heavy guns today. Today's gonna be a long stream. I might need to take a break. I don't know if I could do it. We'll see. Anyway, Tessa, I'm doing all right. Yeah, no, I had a very productive week. I had my house, my summer card. The septic tank got drained. And then I had meetings with some people that I'm very, very fond of about things. And then rocket launches, working on Star Raker. I got a root canal this week, so I got that going for me, which is nice. It's great. It's great. No, I was super busy. I haven't been keeping track of it. Yeah. You want any more excuses? I got more. Anyway. What about the sinkhole in front of your house? Oh, yeah, that's right. I told you I had more. Did you watch FP2? Looks like Danny really screwed up his arm. No, Jax, I didn't. Is he alright? Dude, I haven't watched. Oh, you. Oh! Oh, what the hell is this happy horse shit? Chris, are you kidding me? You kidding me right now? This motherfucker. Well, I can't show you that. I can't show you that. Chris is also good at shit posting in the Discord. You. Drummer, I need the most cheeky British insult that I can think of. Come on, please help me out. Bellend, tosser, wanker. No, which one? Which one should it be? Pillock? You're all of those, man. Damn! Bellend! You There we go. Oh, man. No, I told you, just having my head up my ass. Also, I need to time myself out. How's Russ Cosmos doing now? I don't know. Invoker, I have no idea. I feel like you're just Leroy Jenkinsing today. Proper scum. 3 timeouts? Alright, you bloody muppet. Some English person taught you that. Chris said some English person taught you that. Hey! 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 Wait. Hang on. Okay. We'll do more. We'll do more. I gotta find the balance between NSF stuff and this. I want to do more. On a phone call right now, but glad to see another test fire happening. I'm concerned for you. Why? Why? What do you mean? Why? You're wrecking my life. No. All right. I don't know, Mew. Maybe. You see that flag on the top left of your flag? Probably the reason why you all see. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Spicy. Mmm. Ooh. Tastes like colonization. I'm just being real. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Anyway, here. I'll just boot her. Look at the booter. All right. Is it... Bucket, get that work done, dude. Do it. Do it. All right. I gotta time myself out. I did swear, and it was inappropriate. It was totally inappropriate. I'm sorry. I will time myself out for a little while. We will time the timeout. Like 5 minutes worth? Wolfie, we're not the same. Okay. I think I'm going to be the bigger man here and walk away. Walk away. I'm back. Kurt Schilling painted his sock. I guess I'll just have to take you and your word last.
Like, yeah, no. I thought it meant, yeah. Okay, so individually, the shed.
Why don't I give you a hand?
Again.
Take my
I
hand.
just-
No, give me your other hand. No, the hand isn't strong enough.
What about that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
I would say that's a reasonable answer. As you expect a test, but not for itself. That's probably a good call.
You could
I might
retaliate
do
with
that.
the
Although
Sprint
I'm
Prime
still in
song?
the camp,
Oh.
no wet dress rehearsal. So I try to make that message. I'm the prophet of the no wet dress rehearsal camp. So we'll see. Do we know the percentage
roundabout.
they will fire at today? Asking by New Normac. Trevor, do we know any percentage?
What's going on, buddy? How you been, man? How's your summer going? Everything good? Been on the road a lot for work, but good. Right on, man. Yeah. Roundabout everybody was gone for this summer, dude. I think everybody had work to do and wanted to get the hell out of their house. Yeah, man. All good. I can't complain, dude.
Yeah, pretty much like the last.
Just doing my thing over here. Just
So
I got this. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I guess.
probably.
Truck runs.
Okay.
Drove it to the wedding.
Um,
That was pretty sweet.
being that they are letting the B9 fall.
Did you see
all
Das's
on
view of the Atlas V rollout? Not a bad way to start the day.
B9
Hey,
is-
Aquawolf, thanks for the Prime sub. Congrats, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we think they will recover B9 in any way?
No.
Oh, God, Trevor.
Oh, sorry. If
Okay.
Alex.
No, you're now spoken. You're now.
All right. No, I don't think that's the case. If Booster 9 successfully
It's right behind me,
launches,
isn't it?
SpaceX actually has orders to go sink as
Nice.
much of the wreckage as they can. So with Booster 7, I believe they had some boats ready to go.
Did you
on
say
the
yesterday
land
that you
to
can't be live
recover
until the
any
launch?
large pieces.
What?
They couldn't
I don't
seem to
understand.
plan for any pressurized section.
Gonna
I
get
believe
another
they
ring
could
next year?
Just go out with like some fancy equivalent
No.
of a gun and and shoot it to make sure that everything is unpressurized.
Not with me.
and
All right.
to the bottom
All right.
of the ocean.
All right. All right.
Booster 9 and these boosters are just way too massive to attempt to tow back to port.
Hey, Hibbit.
I mean, that's what's
What
the
is that?
time mass of these
Oh, what is that? Is that last place?
About
Is that last
150,
place?
200 tons.
Is that last below 500? Below 500 in August. Not a good look.
That's a lot of mass, and
Not a good look.
you cannot easily tow that. And again, it's also the question how much of the booster will survive any like potential impact.
Not a good look.
So,
I mean, we saw right after CRS, was it CRS 16 or CRS 18 that had B1050s landing?
Isn't that normal for the Red Sox?
When that
No.
booster landed, just
No, not at all.
failed an
Red Sox won a
RTOS
World
and
Series in
landed right
2018.
the ocean outside of-
You want to know when the last time the Yankees won a World Series?
And that was Falcon 9, which is a much smaller rocket.
Much longer ago.
And even that, they had a very hard time towing back.
Wearing my Sox jersey at the moment, hoping it turns into some good mojo.
let's see.
Maybe, dude. Maybe.
There's a question in general of Raptors can throttling to 40%. Do you know the exact throttle range that Raptors can hit at this point? Where they can go?
When was the last time the Red Sox won a World Series before 2018,
Number
though?
on any kind of
2013.
lower thrust or anything like it, but it is. It used to be about 40% for the last time that we heard anything, but that was
Like 2011.
several years ago.
Like
maybe
2011,
2 or
okay.
3 years ago.
You know, we
Oh,
won
no,
in
it's
2007 and 2004,
Might not be
too.
that different,
Saying.
though, 'cause it's
Oh,
really
yeah,
hard
you were
to
there for that. That's
go even
right.
lower than that already.
Another question here: how many test flights do you think it will be necessary before testing
a good game.
chopsticks? Or basically saying, how many test flights?
Do we know what happened with Crew 7 last night? Yeah, I know, Roundabout. That was really fun. That was really fun. Smells like you're waiting for hockey season. The Bruins ain't gonna be any better, man. They. You know that scene in Ghostbusters 2 where Janusz is like, "This is Vigo! The buzzing of flies," and Bill Murray goes, "Oh, Johnny, did you back the wrong horse? Would you hose him, please?" Vigo, Janusz is the Bruins right now. It's Vigo, it's the Bruins. You're like, "Oh, did you back the wrong horse? Will you hose him, please? Hose him. Got it." Anyway. So, yeah, hockey season's not going to be good. The Patriots are mediocre, so, yeah. You know, we enjoyed our 20 years of fun. Now it's just back to mediocrity. That's fine. That's okay. So, Jax, I've been hearing things. I don't know what's going on. Like, nothing official, but they had some stuff with the environmental control systems on Dragon, so that's the life support. So, ECLIS, I guess. That's unconfirmed, so take it at face value. Oh, this is coming right from NASA. Let's see. After performing additional data review, teams decided to take additional time to reconfirm required factors of safety and operating margin on one of Dragon's spacecraft's environmental control and life support components. There you go. I'm surprised you let the bees go. Dead Crew, I don't know why you wouldn't sign Bertuzzi, because Krejci and Bergeron were definitely going to retire. That's, like, obvious. What is the focus of the static fire? Making sure that the booster works roundabout?
When I was there, which was very cool. So,
Yeah, Duke,
it has
for sure.
cryos in it, so it's always cool. But yeah.
Thank you, Creeper, by the way.
Let's see. Have they achieved a full 33 engine ignite in any tests so far? Forever.
That's a good question.
This is kind of the really big question right now. So with Booster 7, they definitely never did. And with Booster 9, I think it's safe to say we're not 100% sure, because during the last static fire attempt, John Innsbrucker on the SpaceX stream had said that 4 engines had shut down prematurely, which then seemed to lead to an abort of the entire static fire. So what's not clear, at least to me, is if that means during the startup sequence 4 ignited, shut down prematurely, after all 33 had ignited, or like during the ignition sequence. So I personally don't think they have, because I suspect SpaceX or Elon would have mentioned that they had successfully ignited all 33 if they had. However, we do not have any official confirmation either way.
There you go. Thank you. Speaking of 33 engines ignite at the same moment, I want to point out shop.nasaspaceflight.com, where we have a special shirt that we believe the last time they performed a static fire with Booster 7 at that time. So I wanna, I'm just trying to solve time here while we see this static fire merge here. It is a celebrational design of trying to fire 33 engines at the same time. You can get it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You go to the starting page and you click on that icon. You can not only get it on shirts, on mugs, on blankets, on everything you want. And I think it's a really cool design. I'm actually wearing it right now. I have this shirt on. So what a coincidence. That was not even planned. And of course,
you too? I have it as well.
Wow.
Right now.
And that's like, I mean, we have no reason to do it. It's not like for a plug. We just had it.
Yeah, because it was a static fire day, so I was like, okay, I'll
Give me 1 second.
Why not?
And of course, if you do an order while we are streaming, you can leave an order note that we can read on stream. For example, here we see Patrick trying his best to type something out. What was the best static fire from Starbase so far? What does it say about me with my head instantly went to SN4? It's instantly. Oh, that's not the best. That's just I think it was the first static fire.
Okay. There's an OLM vent right there. Sorry about that. I needed to send a message out. I've been trying to get better at answering messages right when they happen, or else I forget. It's funny how that works. It's so sick. Got my head up my... Oh, anyway. You have to engage in chemistry class. We'll try to rejoin for the static fire. No, rockets. Rockets. The real thing is, the real 5-head solution is to have your chemistry teacher teach you about atomization and watch the static fire during class. Yeah, Tessa, that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's the real 5-head solution. Okay, so we got to check this out, fellas. OLM vent right there. So, okay, I got to get into commentator mode here. Give me 1 second. Woosa. Woosa. Lowrider. Lowrider, Donnie. Donnie, lowrider. All right, cool. So there's an OLM vent right here. That OLM vent indicates that they're moving propellants, commodities in the industry is what it's called. They're moving commodities into the pad. So we got oxidizer and we got liquid methane being moved up the pipes in here into the OLM. Now, what does that mean? Why are they venting? We're using cryogenic propellants here, not we. I don't know why I said we. I'm not them. Whatever. It's fine. See, still getting into commentator mode. Anyway, so I also want tater tots. Just saying. So when you're moving around fully cryogenic propellants, you have to make sure that they don't overpress in the line because they're constantly evaporating. They're boiling, and because they're boiling, they're constantly evaporating. They're super cold at pressure. When you have super cold propellants at pressure, they like to boil. Like water boils at 1 pressures. I'll take 1 pressure, please. The cryogenic propellants are doing that. So if you get pneumatic buildup in the pipes, if you get gas building up in the pipes, they pop. Yeah, you don't want that. At least I'm pretty sure you don't want that. Like, I mean, maybe. I'm sure on some planet they would want that. But your weak link is, this is Earth. Anyway, so they vent down the pipes, right? When the vents on the pipes and the vents on the system here are that's indicative of them moving propellants around. They're moving commodities into this to prime the booster for static fire. Rocket probably's no bueno. Yeah, Noob, I don't think you want explosions except if they're coming out the bottom. Yeah. Pizza's good for curing tater tot cravings. I gotta doing that whole intermittent fasting thing. Yeah. I mean, I could go for some cold pop right now. How about cold nitrous grape drink? Hey, 8-Bit, what's going on?
To roll out to the launch site.
Oh, it's me, mate.
Mechazilla's chopsticks to pick up ship 25 and stack it on top. Then we're going to expect things like the FAA saying, yes, Elon, you can launch your big rocket. That's fine by us. We'll probably see we'll probably see that little. In fact, Trevor, I like Alex as well. I will ask either of you. Do we think we'll see the same thing last time, where they went full stack, cryo test, but then unstacked it slightly for the FTS? Armin.
Oh boy. I can't remember why they unstacked, to be honest, Alex.
Yeah, they had to destack very briefly for like maybe less than a day to be able to arm the. It's not actually arm them, but it's like remove the safeties of the flight termination system. Exactly, pulling the pins on the flight termination system because they have like that physical safety system so that it is not triggered, and then they remove it, they stack the whole rocket, and once they go into the countdown, that's when they actually arm it. But we call it arming the flight termination system because it's like a shorter way of saying that they are safing it, or more like de-safing it, I guess.
You know what makes me ask that question is because Ship 25 is not really the next evolution along, whereas Booster 9 is compared to Booster 7. So I'm wondering if from Ship 28 onwards, maybe they've found a process where they don't have to unstack for a bit to do that pin pulling. I wonder if they'll find a way around it. Because it seems a bit janky. I'm using Trevor's word from earlier. It seems a bit janky that they have to literally pull the ship off the top of Booster just to do that process. I think.
Why is it NOS and not NOx? Okay, Heavy Milk, here's something from the hot rodding world, okay? So, NOS is not an abbreviation of nitrous oxide. NOS is an abbreviation of nitrous oxide systems. Nitrous oxide systems is a company that makes nitrous injection kits for automobiles. Don't call nitrous NOS. Calling it NOS is stupid. That's clown shoes. Okay? If you're ever at a car show or something and you call it NOS, people will laugh at you. Straight up. Nitrous oxide systems. The chemical abbreviation is NOx or NOS or NO2 or N2. It's N2O, not NO2. NO2 is different. Yeah, that's why this is. I was wondering, like, if we got a sponsor from these guys, would that mean free nitrous for a car? Like, I'm wondering if this is just a licensed logo, or if this is actually nitrous oxide systems that makes this. Yeah, don't call it NOS. That's clown shoes. Don't do that. Bro, if you're getting free NOS, let me know. AP went out during Route 154. Hoonigan is sponsored by Nitrous Energy drinks, and they were like, yeah, come in, grab a NOS. I'm like, how much? And they're like, no. I'm like, what the hell, bro? I'm like, what? It was awesome, dude. They have fridge. They have like a warehouse of that stuff. I was like, I love you. And they're like, what? I'm like, you put nitrous in your electric car. Right. And before EJ installs a nitrous kit in the Ford, it would be a supercharger before that, Bill. Anyway. What about nitrous monoxide? NO? I wouldn't go near that. That's probably not good for you.
Xavier has become a padre.
Do a 150 shot for a laugh? Well, AP, you know what the funny thing is, dude? Those heads on the truck they're late 70s American heads, so we're talking like 9-to-1, 8-to-1 compression, somewhere in there. So 150 shot might not be the worst idea. I mean, AP, we're talking like 2-bolt mains, 8-to-1 compression. Great torque. The thing, dude, The truck, if you get in on it, the tires will just... But once you get past like 3,500, 4,000 RPM, the thing's just like... You know, like, for that first, like, couple RPMs, though, like, watch out.
Member, hey, I want to mention Chris Bay. Long live B9, and you're all ready for it. In fact, he said that 25 minutes ago, so I'll let him off. Steve Inman has become a Patriot member. Trent has become a Patriot member. I'm getting these all out of the way before we get to...
So you're saying we need to make it better?
Chat's running around just reading these out. Mustang,
Yeah.
will the hot stage dome withstand Chip 25's Raptor Blast? Right.
You know what? The truck's good for a while, Hellfish. I kind of just want to keep the truck the way it is for a little while. I said the Coronet needs love, and I'm somehow just slowly convincing myself that the Mustang needs a Coyote engine in it. Yeah, that's probably shouldn't be doing that. Probably shouldn't be doing that, but yeah. You better stream putting those headers on. I will come find you if you don't. All right.
So, sometimes their analysis is wrong, such as the erosion of concrete on the first...
Oh, roundabout here. Check it out, dude. How'd that turn out?
For the most part, they're very good. I think
How's that?
I've made sure that it'll be able to survive.
Oh, yeah, we got Garage Cam now, dude. Oh, wait, you were here for that if you saw it. Never mind. Garage Cam, baby. Yeah, baby. What's the agenda today? Oh, I don't know, dude. It's going to be a long stream. I might need to take a break. Yeah, Bill, I kind of don't want to do anything with it. I kind of just want to drive it. Why do you have an oven in there?
We're talking about Gwen Shotwell. There's people like Lars Blackmore, who's really run the recovery.
No reason.
And now works on Starship. So that gives me hope on the way they'll take what they've learned from Falcon 9 and the successes they're having with Falcon 9 recoveries and implement that with Starship and the booster recovery.
AP, it's a gas range. Brimo and I are looking to get a gas range instead of the electric one that we have now, because we already have gas in the house. So, yeah, that's a gas range. Got it for nothing. It's nice knowing people. Why the long stream? Well, Crew 7 is supposed to launch tonight, Boxy. Is the gas lined up to where it would be? It's teed. Basically, we gotta add like 1 or 2 pipes to get it to work. Grab Shark. The previous owner left it so you could put a gas range in eventually. It's teed off of the gas line, and the T is pointed right at the kitchen. I talked to the original owner, the guy I bought the house from. He says like that's why I put that there. I'm like, yeah, okay. So the electric range that's in the house right now, we take that and roundabout. See, you got it. We use it for powder coating. We could powder coat that sucker. Want powder coat parts? Powder coat parts. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, Alex, do you want to take that?
Is it propane or natural gas? LNG, guys. I don't know what the mixture is. I have no idea.
Wonder myself.
Wasn't that delayed till tomorrow? Yes. Yes, it was.
When you mentioned that, they do not need a water suppression system. They only need a deflector system, which is what they use right now.
Yes.
Because,
yes, it was.
He says that the payload is just too
line
far
from the
away
city. Grab.
And so, whatever it's reflected back on the vehicle, it's going to be so far away from. By the time it reaches the vehicle, it's going to be already dampened by all of the, air in the way and things like that. It's going to be already absorbed, and so. I believe the reason why I don't have an actual sound suppression system is because of that. Now, I do believe, though...
No visits from Hank Hill. Well, I tell you what, boy, I got a nice propane grill sitting in my backyard. I used it last weekend to grill up some nice, good, old quality American meat using a quality American propane from Strickland Propane. Ooh. Ooh. I sell propane.
Declan. Oh, Lockley, sorry if I
nitromethane injection?
Wow, that is a huge level of support. 159.99 Australian dollars. That's a lot of money in everyone's currency.
Oi,
so thank
he's
you
got
very
some
much
dollary dues
for
there,
that
mate.
Incredible support. You didn't even have anything to say. You just sent it. That is great support. Really
dollary,
appreciate it.
Dollary dues.
Okay, Liz McQuade has gifted 10
Just try it.
a lot of Red
money.
Sea memberships coming up here. I guarantee you, the
Dollar
vast majority of you are being gifted it. So you've got a month of Red Team, and you get to see what our membership's like. And I think it's a wonderful thing YouTube's implemented to allow people who may be massive supporters of the stream. I've seen it some many times, but
See that thing chooching right there? We get it. We get it, Pad. You vape, all right? Wonder what flavor it is. Maybe methane flavored? It's blowing rings. Blowing rings, dog! Anyway, you're going to convert your generator to run off methane. It's not a bad idea. Dude, ripping a fat one. Alright. SpaceX can't read. The stand says no SPMT, but, well, oh well. Alright, so, what is this thing that's letting off all that smoke? I think that's the recondenser. Another good sign that propellants are being moved around. The reason why that's just sitting there vaping like that and why that vent that I was talking about is still just vaping it up, dudes. The reason why it's doing that is because you can't flow the propellants fast quickly. You have to chill down the pipe. Remember, like I said, the propellants, the commodities, liquid methane, liquid oxygen, those do not like being flowed fast quickly. You have to kind of trickle it in to get the pipe down to the right temperature. If you don't get the pipe to the right temperature, you flow the propellant too fast, the propellant evaporate too fast, and kaboom! We don't want a kaboom unless it comes out the bottom. Remember that. That's the key. That's the key. No explosions up here. No explosions over there. No explosions this way. We need it right in this area here. Not here or here so much, but right here. Okay? Right there. That's the key. So the thing is that once the pipe is down, to the right temperature, then you can initiate a fast fuel. All right. So, but the whole pipe, the entire system needs to be down to the right temperature, including the recirculation systems. So this guy right here, the thing that's really chooching over there, is a methane scavenger. So they're flowing liquid methane through the pipes, and they have a gas pickup on the end of the pipe. Okay. So when you flow the methane through, the gaseous methane ends up in the pipe, and they have a circulator that pulls that gaseous methane back out of the system and back into the propellant tanks. It goes through a condenser. So that's why it's called a recondenser, right? Because it takes the gaseous methane, it's scavenging the gaseous methane that's used to cool down the pipe and putting it back into the system. If you don't have a recondensing system on a pad, you're going to need a purge flame. Purge flames are used in fully cryogenic systems, so methane, hydrogen. This one's methane, but they have a recondenser. Most other rockets, in fact, I'm pretty sure every other rocket does not use a recondenser. They use a purge flame. The reason why you use a purge flame, or the reason why you have a scavenging system, is because if you let methane gas or hydrogen gas leak, and you don't give it a place to explode, it will find one for you and explode. Probably not where you want it to. Remember, explosions out the bottom. That's the important part. Got to remember that out the bottom. Anyway, so yeah, you'd need a purge flame or something. It just looks like a little birthday candle next to the pad. Now, SpaceX did have one here before they put the recondenser in. But the cool thing is that SpaceX's recondenser system is entirely solar powered. Pretty cool, huh? I think that's really neat. Their scavenging system to keep the methane in the system and to scavenge the gaseous methane instead of just burning it off into the atmosphere is all solar powered. There's a solar panel array down the street from the pad, which is actually really cool. All right, AP. See you, buddy. They had to build a cage around the vent stack because it broke after IFT1. Yeah, I believe that. All right. So what is the vapor? Rob, that's gaseous oxygen. You have recondensing systems with fully cryogenic propellant systems. You have a recondenser or a purge flame and fully cryogenic propellant systems for the liquid fuel. I don't think anybody's going to care if you vent oxygen into the atmosphere, or nitrogen for that matter. Couldn't tell you why. But venting gaseous methane or hydrogen into the atmosphere, Captain Planet gets very annoyed when you do that. Probably shouldn't do that. No, they're greenhouse gases, so you scavenge them, right? With that being said, the booster's still, it's not like it doesn't have to be like an entirely closed loop system. With cryogenic propellant systems, especially with liquid fuel, you are going to leak some. The idea is not to leak a lot. So that's why they have the purge flames. That, and yeah, it'll blow up somewhere. It'll Hindenburg itself if you don't have a purge flame. Now, all this vapor right here is either gaseous nitrogen, cryogenic gaseous nitrogen, or gaseous oxygen. It's either one. Their recondenser uses nitrogen, if I'm remembering correctly. And these vents right here, the ones that's like up there on the pad, that's venting gaseous oxygen, or what's called GOX in the industry. I just like saying GOX. GOX. Anyway. Yeah, no one's going to care if you vent gaseous oxygen. The reason why it's vaporous like this is because the cold gas hits the relatively warmer atmosphere. It looks cold down in Texas today, but cold in Texas is like 70 degrees or like 20 C. That's cold for them. So when that cold gas hits the atmosphere, it condenses. It doesn't condense. It does the opposite. It turns to vapor. Excuse me. Sorry. It's still early. More energy. Come on, cannonball it. Cannonball it. Cannonball it. Cannonball it. Cannonball it. Bro, it's been 105 for a month. Oh, so normal. Gotcha. Yeah, now that you're up to speed on cryogenic systems, you'll know, albeit from a somewhat more logical point of view, what happens when you see all these vape clouds. More trains today? Perhaps. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Ow. I got it stuck in my head again. Derail Valley or Satisfactory? I kind of wanted to try the new Icarus update. You mean more Satisfactory trains, right? Hey guys, I think Tessa wants me to play Satisfactory. I don't know if you guys... Do you guys think Tessa wants me to play Satisfactory? I mean, I don't know. You tell me. Not Derail Valley. Oh, okay. Ordon, what's up, man? Get to watch the stream today working from home. The office was without power today. That sucks. But it doesn't. But it also sucks, Ordon. But it also doesn't suck. So that's pretty sweet. Just happened to lose power on a Friday. That sounds like your boss wanted a 3-day weekend. Oh, shoot, the power's out. Everybody go home. Bye. Do we have any rough ETA ideas? No. Nah, what's up, King? How you doing, buddy? Try some meat. 19-month resub. Satisfactory. All right, cool. Now, I wanted to work on Star Raker today and then maybe some Icarus. It's going to be a long stream, guys. We have a lot of time. Don't worry. So, an ETA, King, they are chilling down the lines to the vehicle. That's what these vents are. That's actually a pretty big OLM vent. The bigger vent indicates high flow, meaning the pipe is to the right temperature. So, or it's getting to the right temperature. I mean, okay, you can tell the flow rate of gases by how much gas, or the flow rate of the propellants by how much gas comes out of that. It's pretty straightforward stuff. If you have a pipe that's full of gas and you start putting liquid in it fast, more gas comes out the other end. I know. Rocket science. It's really complicated, right? It is, but the principles are not complicated. So it looks like they initiated a fast fill. We should start to see. So, King, I'm trying to think what you'd see next. So they're going to chill down the lines. So there's two things that they got to do. They got to chill down the lines in, and then they got to chill down the methane recirculation, the recondenser system, because the booster does have methane vents on it too. But the thing is that the methane vents on the booster are plugged into the pad. There's 20 of them around the outside. So there is a line of pipes underneath the OLM right here. Or the rim of the toilet right there, underneath the toilet seat. Yeah, I'm calling it that. I don't care. It has a bidet too. Must be a Japanese toilet. Anyway, so there are recondenser lines that are underneath. Once we start to see those chill down, that's a pretty damn good indicator that propellants are being filled into the vehicle. Not flown, not yet at least. Hopefully no flying today. If we see flying today, we got a big problem. So the pipes underneath, King, they're not chilled down yet. They're still chilling them down, but so obviously they're going to have to chill down the pipes going into the booster before the ones out, right? So it looks like we're still seeing a chill down into the booster. So if they got to chill down the booster plumbing and then they got to start tank fill, if they're doing a static fire, they need to fill up the liquid oxygen tank to make sure the booster TWR isn't too high. If you fired this with 5% liquid fuel and 5% oxidizer, it would fly. It would rip itself off the pad. Fun fact. That's 15 million pounds of thrust. That's twice the Saturn V. It'll rip itself off the pad. So what SpaceX will do is they'll fill the liquid oxygen tank first. So we'll see a fast fill for the LOX tank and then a tiny little fill for the methane tank. This uses the liquid oxygen as ballast. Once again, if they vent it overboard after the test is done, no one's going to care about venting more oxygen into the atmosphere. Right? No, I don't think anyone's going to care about that. So they put a lot of liquid oxygen in. So the subcoolers right there, those are the coolers to super chill the propellants before they flow them through the pipes to make sure they don't evaporate too much. And SpaceX uses densified propellant. So you have your subcoolers right there. They're a little bit icy. And by a little bit, I mean very icy. That's not paint. That's all ice. You can see the very top of it is still a little bit clean. That thing needs to be entirely enveloped in ice. I'm talking like Saskatoon winter covered in ice. You know what I'm talking about? If you know, you know. All right, so it's not there yet, but it's close. So the LOX tank needs to fill. So it's going to take a second to chill down all those systems for that. So, I don't know. I'd say at least an hour at the very, very least. We're at least an hour out. It takes a long time to chill all this stuff down. You know, I said it's colder in Texas, but remember, colder is relative, right? It actually... The lighting looks a little bit cold, but it does look sticky. It looks sticky. That was Ottawa level tops. You think so? You're the expert. You're the expert there, bud. You tell me. You tell me, bud. So you saw that the U.S. government filed a lawsuit against SpaceX. Yeah, the Department of Justice is bringing a suit against SpaceX about discriminating against refugees and asylum seekers. Whew. I don't know, Fandela. Do we want to get spicy today? Like, we're at Boca Chica. There's great Tex-Mex around. How spicy we want to get today? Never go full Winnipeg. More like lose a peg. Am I right? But Winnipeg's logo is really, really cool. Anybody here? Look. Seriously, look at the Jets logo. It's a CF-18. I have to like... I don't want to like Winnipeg, damn it! But it is plain! Ugh. Why are you making me like you? Stop it! I'm a Bruins fan. I hate everybody. Damn it! It's a straight rip off the RCAF logo. You know what, Bam? I'm not upset. Are you upset? I'm not upset. I'm not upset, but I don't like the Jets, but I like their logo. The Jet... but you gotta remember, I'm a Bruins fan. I hate everyone. I hate everyone. Even if I don't hate you. I hate it. Like, I am an equal opportunity sports fan hater. Okay? I hate everyone equally. All right? That's Bruins fans, you know? Like, but that logo is really cool. I like that. It's okay. Everybody hates Boston, so it evens out. Yeah, exactly. It's a mutually respectable hatred. I hate you. All right, I hate you. All right, man, let's go get some beer. All right, bud. Sounds good. Anyway, the SpaceX suit is the worst kind of roulette. Yeah, guys, don't get too spicy today. It's still in the morning. Maybe after we get a couple brews in later tonight, you want to get spicy. You want to get a couple Yinglings. I bought a couple cases of it. It's Friday, man. Today is Friday in California. Shoot! All right, anyway. I got a good night's sleep. Can you tell? Can you tell? Did you get it? Question. All right, anyway. 12:05. It's afternoon. Oh, it's beer o'clock then, man. MSC tonight? I'm not sure, Procyon. We'll see. We'll see. How's the projects going in the garage? Good, man. Good. Trucks runs. I just drive it. I just drive it. I enjoy driving it. That's it. I just drive it around. I just want to enjoy it. I haven't had it in my life for 10 years. Mulder's 7 p.m. Good enough for me. Let's go. Yeah, Lemon. It makes perfect sense. Ah, yes, Scully. Yes. Locks pipe with a vent. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dead scum. Damn, man. So, yeah, fellas, regarding the lawsuit thing, here's the thing, all right? This is not me saying SpaceX is right. This is not me saying the Department of Justice is right. If it's a legal case, you gotta kind of think about it like this. They wouldn't file it unless they had something, all right? But sometimes legal cases don't stick, okay? So, but once again, I know we might be a little bit biased towards SpaceX on here, or just spaceflight in general, right? But okay, the truth here is that SpaceX is beholden to international trafficking arms regulations, or what's called export control in the United States. Export control is something that comes from the Cold War. Basically, we don't want people, potentially people that don't like us, to understand rocket technology, because then they'll be able to launch rockets at us, right? I mean, come on, that makes pretty good sense, right? But the thing about ITAR is that ITAR can even apply to like Canadians. You have to go through many background checks. You have to immigrate to the United States if you're Canadian and you want to work for SpaceX. Straight up. So understand that, you know, a refugee or asylee might not be a Canadian, but it could be. It depends. Somebody can claim asylum from Canada in the United States. That's happened. Or vice versa, right? So, but here's the thing about the international trafficking arms regulations laws. The export control laws are very, very, very intentionally vague. Why? Why are they vague? Wouldn't you want to know exactly what you don't want people to get and what you do want them to get? Right? You'd want to know exactly. Well, no, not exactly, because then your adversaries know exactly what to look for, right? So think about this from like a James Bond movie sort of point of view, right? If you say, if I have a car and you want to know how that car works so you can make a car that's faster than mine, I'm not going to tell you what parts I put on the engine to make my car go faster than yours, right? I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Because then you know exactly what to look for. That's why ITAR is very, very, very vague. It's very vague and it's very contextual, okay? That's an important thing to understand. It's very, very, very contextual. So the Department of Justice might have something. They might not. It really depends on the context that the suit was filed on. That's what it really depends on. They might have something. They might not. You know? What's your thought on Israel's soft landing on the lunar South Pole? Oh, shocked. I'm super proud of them. I'm super proud of them. They've joined one of 4 nations that has ever landed on the moon. That's pretty cool, man. Huge step. And you know what really made me happy? As a STEM educator, it really made me happy seeing the country kind of get behind their space program. That's cool. The way I look at it, man, that's a lot more people getting interested in space flight. That's a good thing. So I'm super proud of them. That's a hell of an accomplishment. It's not easy to land on the moon. That's not easy. The Apollo program made it look easy. We made it look easy. We really did. Any first-time Kerbal player knows how difficult that actually is, and Kerbal simplifies 90% of the things for you. You worked at a firearms store before. A couple came in from Canada to buy a sling. They told us they were visiting, couldn't sell them anything. That's right, FX, right? Heck, even if somebody was from another state, you still can't, that's arms control, but it's the same idea. It's very, very, very contextual, you know what I mean? ITAR is a living document that changes with the political winds. Yeah, so it really is dependent on on the context in which SpaceX has allegedly discriminated against. That's the really important thing to understand. I'm not saying the DOJ is right. I'm not saying SpaceX is right. ITAR is very intentionally vague. So they would have to have a very specific context for discrimination here, because the U.S. government themselves says SpaceX can't hire people from other countries, especially asylees and refugees. You don't know. It's a weird thing. We will wait and see. I'm not gonna weigh in on one way or the other. We don't know. I'd have to go read the dang case against them. So we'll see. The other thing, there is one other thing. I saw the claims from the Department of Justice's lawsuit. Okay, I'm trying to lawyer this, all right? So, please, I'm not a lawyer. Don't take what I say out of context. Please, 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 please. It's very important. So, when you file a suit to sue somebody, class action, regular suit, whatever, when you file a suit, okay, you throw the wall at them. So some of the claims that I've seen from the Department of Justice case are completely outlandish. They're a little bit absurd, right? But see, here's two things. When you see absurd, outlandish claims for damages in a lawsuit like this, that either means they got an ace card, or I don't know. They're just, you throw the book at them, see what happens, right? But once again, I don't know the context of what some of those claims are, because ITAR is intentionally vague. There's no way of saying if the DOJ is right or wrong. We'd have to understand the context of the situation, and that's important to understand. So don't jump to crazy conclusions, right? That's what I see people doing all over the place. I mean, granted, I did see them doing that on like Instagram and X and stuff like that, so just take that with a grain of salt. I'm loving this legal advice. I'm not a rapper. I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. Here's the number. Psych! That's the wrong number! Oh! So, yeah, just take it with a grain of salt. We gotta kind of wait and see. I know people are very, very easy. It's very easy to vehemently jump to SpaceX's defense, right? And dude, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm not like that. You know, like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like in the back of my mind I'm thinking like, that's stupid. That's so stupid. What are you doing? But also, discrimination is discrimination, man. Like, if they got a case, they got a case. That's what people do nowadays, right? Gotta play the game, and it kind of sucks. But, hey, courts are the courts. Take it with a modicum of methane. I like that, Jewel. I like that. That's good. Exactly, Hillness. The Department of Justice doesn't just do this stuff because they feel like it. You know what I mean? Gotta be careful with that. The DOJ wouldn't go through it if they had nothing. Yeah, Tybot, that's, once again, it's contextual. It's very contextual, which I don't like contextual laws, but I do understand why ITAR and arms control and export control is a thing. That's very important to keep us safe. I get that. I get it. But also, I don't want to live in a country where someone is judged by how they look or who they are, right? If they're an American, right? I don't want them. That's stupid. That's also stupid. So, gotta be. You know, it's the symbol. It's the symbol for the court, right? You gotta weigh the scale, right? Blindfolded, weigh the scale. So we gotta wait and see. That's where I'm at with it, dude. I hope that SpaceX wouldn't do that. So, you know, I don't. It kind of sucks when it gets real like this, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. I can imagine SpaceX not having open concept workshops, making so that anyone could walk in and see injector plates, for instance. Make it so they could hire any non-citizen or gender. The DOJ could be just easy. Yeah, I don't know, Aqualux. There's equal arguments on both sides, I think, which kind of like, dudes, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm trying to not be biased about this. I hate being middle of the road about this. I really don't like it. But, you know, I also don't want to be, like, I have to be middle of the road, guys, because I can't say with definite certainty that SpaceX is right or the DOJ is right. I can't say that. I can't say that, and I'd be lying to you, and anybody else would be lying to you if they said, oh, SpaceX is right, oh, the DOJ is right. You don't know, right? So, like, I love space, I love spaceflight, I love what SpaceX is doing. You gotta be careful with this stuff, man. You gotta be careful. Hey, Dukas, Friday's going good. Middle of the road is where roadkill happens. Well, Mark, yeah, like I said, I'm trying to be straightforward and give context to the situation, and the context of the situation is that ITAR is contextual, so we don't know. They're obviously, you know, when you have a legal case and you're building a legal case, you're not going to play all your cards all at once. You have to play your cards in the court and let the jury decide there, you know? So, has the test happened? No, not yet, not yet. Or you could just use the crosswalk. Well said, Komodo. So, we'll see. We'll see what comes of it, guys. I hope that SpaceX wouldn't do something like that. I really, really hope. I really hope that they got nothing. But hey, you know, like, here's the thing. There's been other lawsuits against SpaceX that haven't held up. So, we'll see. And even if they have, like, so, you know, there was the whole lawsuit from the Federal Aviation Administration about flying without a launch license. And that came down to misinterpretation of said launch license criteria, right? SpaceX had gotten a launch license to launch Falcon 9s from Boca Chica, not Starships. SpaceX thought that, you know, the launch license is blanket criteria. So, like, if you got a launch license, you got a launch license. And they said no. But here's the thing: they didn't say, nope, you can never launch again, piss off. No, they said, let's approve a new launch license and go from there. So, an amicable solution isn't out of the realm of possibility. Right? Did they launch a crew mission last night? Nope. No, it's scrubbed, Tipsy. I heard a lot of rumors, but I didn't confirm anything until I heard it from NASA. They wanted to do just some additional checks to be absolutely sure that the life support systems were working correctly on Dragon Endurance. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. SpaceX getting sued. The U.S. Department of Justice is filing a lawsuit against SpaceX for discriminating against asylees and refugees. Basically, SpaceX won't hire. Asylees are people that claim asylum, and refugees are victims from political turmoil in other countries. Asylees basically come here to claim asylum to escape other governments, and refugees are people that have move to the U.S., resulting in political turmoil. So, in their country of origin. So it's not against like illegal immigrants or anything like that. It's against asylees and refugees. So that's what I mean. Even that is very contextual, because the definition of like refugee and asylee has changed over the years. This is a very gray area case, which is why context really matters in this in the case. It really matters. Like, that really makes a difference. You know, if somebody, for instance, like, I'll just give you an example. If someone claimed political asylum from the Soviet Union and has been in the U.S. for 30 years and applies for a job at SpaceX, and SpaceX says no because you came from the Soviet Union, you're not a U.S. citizen, right? You don't count as a U.S. citizen. Well, there you go. That's not good. That is not a good thing. However, if somebody has left their country claiming to be a refugee from a country that has no war and then, you know, tries to get a job at SpaceX, that's like, you don't want to take that chance, because if you're SpaceX, you wouldn't want to take a chance like that, because you don't know where this person came from. You can't vet them. There might be a U.S. person, they qualify for political asylum, but okay, like, let's just address the elephant in the room. What if that person came from an adversarial country towards the United States, and then they just spy on you, right? So it kind of seems like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? You don't hire these people, they're going to come after you for discrimination. But if you do hire these people, the Department of Defense will come after you for selling secrets, for, you know, export control. It's like, that's why the context really matters, because you're really between a rock and a hard place here. So, guys, long story short, what I'm trying to tell you is we got to wait. We got to wait. I know everybody wants to weigh in. I know everybody wants to come to SpaceX's defense or not. I understand that. But here's the thing, dudes. Like, if we sit here and just vehemently defend SpaceX, even though we don't know the context of the case, we're all going to look like idiots if they have something. And that doesn't help spaceflight. That doesn't help spaceflight. Straight up. That's bad. This is a very high-profile lawsuit already. You know, and if we all take a bite of the turd sandwich like that, that's not smart. That's not wise. So wait. Trust me on this one. Don't you have to be a citizen to work on rocket stuff in the United States? That's correct, Super. This asylee and refugee stuff could apply to like a Canadian. Canadians are not U.S. citizens. So there could be a Canadian citizen that emigrated to the United States, right? Like on an H-1B visa or something, that sought asylum from like Iran or something, or Cuba or something. You see what I mean? This is really, dude, it's a really big gray area. You got to be like, that's why I'm not weighing in one way or the other. Don't do it. Trust me on this one. You'll look like an idiot if you do. ITAR isn't restricted to citizens, though. It's specifically U.S. persons, which includes refugees and asylees. Yeah, the context of the situation very much matters. But, yeah, fellas, I don't really want to talk about this. I don't like talking about legal proceedings, dudes, to be honest with you. I think it's important to explain context and, you know, report it, right? Because that's news that has to do with space. It's not good news that has to do with space. Like, but then again, if I sit here and ignore it, you know, people will be like, what the hell? What the hell? Like, got to say something about it, you know? So I'm going to close that. We're going to close the lawyer book, and we're going to open up the physics book. Let's see where we're at. So it looks like they're still trickling propellants. I don't see any vents coming out of the engine nozzles. See these little holes right there? Those are the oxygen, the gaseous oxygen vents for the boosters that are around the outer ring. You start seeing those vents turn on, that means prop flow is happening. We don't have that just yet, but we do have a gigantic OLM vent right there, which indicates that could happen very soon. I'd still say we're probably at least over an hour out from a static fire. It's worse than a lawyer book. It's a political book. Yeah. Well, Daily, the legal proceedings book, the judicial book and the congressional book are 2 chapters in a 3-chapter book of crap sandwich, right? So there is some overlap there, but yeah, got to make sure to keep those not as far away. You stay far away from here. You hear me? Far away! Hey, that book is closed. I didn't open it. I was just talking about it. It's over there on my desk.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 16 Sierra. Enjoying the stream from Oklahoma. Home to more astronauts than any other place in the world. I like Oklahoma, Sierra. My truck broke down in Veneta one time. It broke down by deciding the wheel decided it didn't want to be a part of the truck anymore. Yeah, nice people. Nice people. I like Oklahoma. You guys are alright. Help me fix my truck.
Mishki asks, see, our panel wants to use it. That's why.
Yeah. Stayed at a hotel across from the Veneta Stockyards. And then I realized that, holy crap, I'm a damn city slicker. Like, oops. Sorry, man. Don't hate me. I like pickup trucks. I swear. I like it. Cattle are cool too.
We have yet to see how fast Chocolates can actually move in the event of
Your aunt lived in Veneta.
a booster
Quiet,
during
roundabout. Real quiet.
I don't think he's been much
Real
like
quiet, dude.
Alex or Trevor, I'll let you talk
You're raised
first.
near Tulsa. Yeah, the Veneta isn't far from there. I'm familiar with the area. Fun fact.
Seen during stacking because the booster itself. Oh, is this not?
I think that's the stop of the oil vent. There's a lot of vents in between.
I like quiet roundabout because I grew up in the city, man.
Okay, well.
Northeast Oklahoma is beautiful. Veneta's a great little town. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's a really great sign. Still haven't seen that. Is the other
Yeah,
side
how about
is-
you don't like it really is. It's a really nice place. There's lakes and stuff. You can go swimming and stuff. Like I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff to do here. That's kind of cool actually. Okay. All right. From the coast. I would never have known. Never known until I decided to drive my truck across the entire country. There you go. It seems like a nice place, dudes. Yeah, very nice. Love the steampunky look that the hot stage ring gives the booster. You know what, Erudite? It just looks right. That looks correct. Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just something about the visual of the whole thing. That looks like it belongs there. The cloud in the field under the pad is the Gox pond, where Gox gases are routed to ensure there isn't another Booster 7 issue. Yep. You haven't lived till you have noodled catfish. Noodled catfish? Noodled catfish? Ooh. Hey! 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 Get back here! Let me see. Dude, that is nightmare fuel. Holy crap, look at that thing. Those things are huge, dude. I'm not a big fish guy roundabout, though. That's my problem. For somebody from the coast, I have a real Midwestern palate. I like beef and steak and bacon. I don't know what the hell that's about. Like, for Boston, I should love seafood. I don't know seafood. No. Cattle. Give me steak. I want a ribeye. What do we want to be, a freaking ribeye? Get away from the core. I linked it, but he ignored it. Didn't ignore it. I'm busy looking up nightmare fuel that is noodled catfish. Seriously, though, that looks like something... That looks like God's mistake. Hilness, what do you got? Stormworks Build and Rescue. Space DLC. What the frick? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Liquid oxygen tank getting frosty. A few minutes later,
Oh,
there's a
no.
methane tank. However, the methane
Eat
tank
more
is
fish, you uncultured swine. I like salmon. Salmon's good. I'll eat salmon. Salmon's tasty. Very tasty. But I'm, just not really a seafood kind of guy.
Now, on the other hand, last time around on that last static fire test, we saw them loading also something else. Let's say they loaded liquid methane. Those subcoolers on the liquid methane side that I told before, they go off. They have like a sideways vent, and they basically were active for like 25 minutes for that test to load that.
Why is a core stage stacked with no
And
SRBs?
then a few minutes later, they started again.
Wait a
There
minute.
was no more
Can you
methane
build
being
lot?
loaded. We didn't
Oh
see
no.
it was like increasing or anything like that. So that sort of made us think that they were loading something else. And that something else, there we go. That's the sideways vent that I was mentioning before. That is the indication that the methane is being loaded. When it stops, it sort of means that there's no methane going on into the booster.
Oh
But they can also
no.
load other things through these subcoolers. In particular, they sometimes load liquid nitrogen, but also
That's a mobile launcher that's been made in
They
Stormworks.
might load something else, and what something else might load on the booster when they're trying to static fire? Well, they have those new purge tanks.
Dude,
they are what
I'm not gonna sleep. All right.
section.
All right.
And when we saw that for the first static fire test, those subcoolers were
Starfield Cities 2, Stormworks, KSP2.
that second time.
KSP2, Satisfactory Update 8.
So it might be that they load those,
I'm
tanks
screwed.
that second time. And
The guy in the
actually
spacesuit
showed
was
us
you.
things
Check the
that we
screenshot
mentioned in
again.
the static fire test as well, which was very, very cool. So hopefully we see all of that being proven today again, which again, more things to make this booster really, really safe. Because if you avoid
no.
fires on the engine section, then maybe this puppy can fly all the way to stage separation.
This isn't good, man.
Oh, they're literally the booster.
This isn't good.
Its own fire extinguishers.
Yep.
Bremo's addicted to Baldur's Gate Roundabout.
I believe
Addicted.
they're starting
Like,
to get frost on
I
the
came-
engine tank.
It's there's a vent there between us and the booster right now.
Oh no.
They-
Oh no.
I also believe I saw a frost
Oh
ring
no.
that's
Oh no.
against the wind here, but
Doug,
yeah, we
no.
have a frost ring.
No.
Quick, look at it
Not
before
not
it's
good.
done. But
Not
it's
good.
a frost again.
Not good. Not good. Not
Yeah,
good. Not
that's,
good.
that's always the funny thing with quick wind conditions, right?
Dude,
Because
I-
the wind for our teams
I have to adult,
is pretty
man.
low.
Crap.
We like a bit more wind.
What happened? Stormworks released a space
Things that can push away these.
a space biome for Stormworks,
Sadly,
Dukas.
we have very
That's not good.
Also, speaking of chill, we
You can build rockets and launch pads in Stormworks. Oh, vents are on. Oh no, not the vents. We're starting to see frost in the LOX tank. So they're gonna load up the liquid oxygen first, and then they'll load up the methane up here. We should see, once you see a frost ring right in this area here, you should be, that's when the static fires should be happening relatively soon. How dare they beat you to your own shtick.
Loaded. We mentioned this on some of the process streams that if you start loading liquid oxygen, the volume of sort of like gas that you can have above gets lower and lower and lower. That means the pressure goes up, right? Because of all the relationships between different pressures and whatnot. It goes up and up and up. And then what is that sort of venting from the booster? That's new.
Was that at the top of the chimes?
Is that from the purge tanks? That would be
Yeah, that's the purge.
Hey, Tree
tanks,
Hugger.
right?
What's going on, my
Yeah,
guy? How
those
are you?
signs, the ones on the left.
How you been, man? Tree Hugger, can you just take your weather back, please? Yeah, I've had enough. It's literally rained every day almost for like the past like 4 weeks, like the entirety of August. Can you just take your weather back, please? I'd really appreciate it. Like, if you could just do that, do me a solid. Like, please. Summer's starting to end and it's starting to get cold, so I'd like to enjoy the sun for a couple of days. Thanks in advance. BC here will take your... Yeah, North, you can have it. You can have it.
Go.
I'm in the Northeast, Mark. I'm in Massachusetts. It's rained almost every day in August. Yeah.
All 30
I-
left
it-
to end
dude,
its firing.
It even... All right. You know what's crazy? It even smells like the Pacific Northwest outside. That kind of damp, crisp tree smell. You know exactly. If you live in the Pacific Northwest, or you live in like Alberta or BC, you know the exact smell I'm talking about. That crisp, like humid tree smell. You know what it smells exactly like that. It's. I mean, don't get me wrong. It smells great. Like, I do like it, but please, I need the sun. I want to drive my car around.
33 of those, you're at a little over 75.
My condolences, Massachusetts.
So
It's
a lot.
not too bad, Mark.
50% throttle.
It is bad though. Please send help.
Roughly.
But it is my home. But I moved out of the city, dude. I moved out of the city. The town that I live in is pretty chill about that stuff.
How much will they do today? Probably 50. And the second question that is remaining is...
Wondered why it's so sunny in Seattle lately. Yeah, dude, I want my weather back. Give me my damn weather back, please. It should be sunny and 75 degrees every day in August here. Okay? Actually, it should be like 85 degrees. But still, I want the sun back, dang it.
How it goes.
Yeah, I personally think that they're probably going to try to launch it closer to 100%, like maybe 95%.
If I bought a chainsaw, could I harvest some of your pine?
Just to help get it off the
Evergreen trees. They're evergreen trees, hellfish, and they smell amazing.
SpaceX has not said anything about it.
Amazing. I mean, if you want to get at them, all the evergreen trees behind the garage are covered in poison ivy.
Michael asking this
If you want to come over and get them, please. But those evergreen trees are like 60, 70 feet tall. They're really, really tall.
We know they have cameras inside of the
What do you think about the rust on the booster and the launch tower?
For the ships, though, that they do
Rust
have,
on the booster, Komodo? Where?
They do have cameras inside
On the launch tower.
to show
Yeah,
them,
it's fine.
sneaking
So
those
here's the thing, dude. Rust is not necessarily bad for steel. The launch tower is made out of steel, okay? If it's rusting over, that's not a bad thing. The rust actually protects the steel. True story. If the iron oxide layer above the straight steel compound, the iron oxide layer is it'll completely encase the steel in rust. And then it won't rust anymore. Iron oxide doesn't react with oxygen. There's already oxygen in it, right? So the rust, not a problem. It's okay. You want it to do that. I know that sounds kind of super counterintuitive, and saying it as somebody that likes cars, that's really counterintuitive because rust on cars is that leads to rot. But on that thing, not a big deal. They're right by the ocean, man. That thing's constantly getting sprayed with salt water. It's gonna rust no matter what you do.
fully loaded that methane tank today, but it's gonna be full enough that we're gonna see some frost, right?
When do you think
Yep.
we will
That's
have
right, Matt. I mean, it does depend on the compound of stainless steel, but the 30X stainless steel alloy that they're using,
interesting question.
if it rusts, that's okay. That's fine.
What's your thoughts on that?
I suspect once we get out of these
No, it hasn't fired yet, Rotor. They've started LOX load, but like I was saying, the liquid oxygen load is going to start way before the methane load. The reason why they're using the LOX tank as ballast, because if they filled up equal parts liquid oxygen and liquid methane to fire like 33 engines for like 5 seconds, the booster would rip itself off the pad. Now, I'm not like 100% sure about this, but I'm pretty dang sure. The booster is not, your TWR would be so high that you'd probably structurally damage something at the very least, or worst case scenario, rip yourself off the pad. So what SpaceX does is they initiate, for the static fire for a booster, they initiate high fill or fast fill on the liquid oxygen before the liquid methane. So you see the frost ring moving up the LOX tank. The liquid oxygen tank goes from about here to about there. They're probably going to fill it up 80-90% of the way there. But you don't want to fill up your methane tank to like 5% and then start to fill your oxygen tank up, right? You'd want to fill them so the methane tank gets to 5% right when the LOX tank gets to 90%, right? So that's, you need to start LOX fast flow first. And you can see by the vents that they are fast flowing propellants. Absolutely.
It's not that bright actually, compared to other rockets and other fuel.
Are you going to take a break after the static fire? I don't know, maybe.
Martin made, wasn't Starship supposed to be scaled up in size after the prototypes proved an acceptable reliability? He recalls Elon talking about that in the first presentation. Alex, do you recall anything like that?
Scaled up?
Starship wasn't, the question from Martin there is, wasn't Starship supposed to be scaled up in size after the prototypes provided an acceptable reliability? If I recall correctly, Elon was talking about it after the first presentation. This was a long time ago. Elon said that they could potentially scale up to a 12-meter core. I'm pretty sure the context to that comment was scaling up to a 12-meter core after this thing gets proven out. Like, that's like saying that SpaceX will scale Falcon 9 up to a 9-meter core eventually. Basically talking about what's going to come after Starship. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. That's a good question, though.
That's liquid methane. That's the good stuff. That now is in the upper tank of the booster here.
This is kind of big enough.
I mean, we are really progressing.
I'd say it's big enough for now, Hypersonic, sure. It really depends. Like, if Starship proves successful, oh, we got frost on the methane tank. There we go. They started slow fill on the methane tank while Locke's fast fill is going on. Once again, the methane tank's probably going to be filled up maybe no more than this ring, or at least that's been the trend for past static fires. They really don't fill up a lot. The reason why is you don't want your booster having that much chemical energy, potential chemical energy inside of it. If something goes wrong, you get a nice big explosion. If something goes wrong here when there's not a lot of fuel and a ton of oxidizer, the oxidizer will literally put the fire out. Oxidizer is pretty useless without something to atomize with. Yeah. Fun fact. So, they usually have been filling up to here, but they want to make sure that the methane tank gets to that 5% fill right when the LOX tank gets to like a 90% fill. And they're trying to time it. So that's why you don't see the frost line moving up really, really fast like you do with the LOX tank down below. Have they made any changes to Stage 0? Ansel, since the IFT test, yes. Since IFT test. ATM machine. Since IFT 1, yeah, there's been some changes. They have a pad deluge system inside of the OLM, basically to shoot water up so it doesn't destroy the pad like IFT 1 decided to become an excavator. So they have the pad deluge system where they spray water on the pad to dissipate pressure and heat. That's the big change. They also redid some of the spin starting mechanisms for Raptor engines. So super heavy. Ansel, hey Predominant, what's going on? In before Starship Super Heavy, yeah, Starship Super Heavy announced, yeah, right, Vanguard. So. Did they redo the thrust vector control? Booster 9 does have the electric thrust vector control system, as far as I can tell. CSI Starbase did a great job explaining the water deluge system. Cryolox, Zach is the man. Zach is the man. That's, dude, I firmly believe that, you know, you really want to learn, surround yourself with people that are way smarter than you, and throw your ego and pride to the wind. You know what I mean? Like, screw that. If you want to learn, be around people that are smarter than you. With that being said, I listen to everything Zach says. Zach is one of those people that's way smarter than me when it comes to this stuff. I learned from him too. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, okay, Predominant. Will do. Who does Zach hang around then? Well, Zach has like a mechanical and a chemical engineering degree. Like, dude, that guy is smart as hell, man. He's really, really, like, dude, I could listen to him talk about Starbase all day. I learned tons about industrial engineering from him. Anyway, yeah, his overview of the deluge system taught me a lot. Like why they have those elbow pipes in the water system. They have the elbow pipes because you don't want the bidet to. You don't want the bidet. You don't want your pad deluge system to burp. They need to evac all the gas out of it. You don't want it to have gas in the line for your water suppression system. With that being said, SpaceX's water pressurization system is back pressurized via pneumatics. So they have nitrogen that's pushing water into the pad. But if you look down at the bottom of the pad, there's two elbows. There's two pipes that just seemingly come out of the ground and then they go right back down in. It's like a 90-degree angle that's up in the air. See them over there on the left? That's a gas purging system. It's a high point in the entire system to get all the gas out because gas is going to go up, water's going to go down. Smart. That's really smart. I never would have known that. It's a bidet. It looks like a toilet, guys. Look, see, you got your toilet seat, etc., etc. Ingenuity Flight 56, net 25th. They are still doing helicopter on Mars. I learned from Zach, and what he talks about is literally your job. Pray that's dude. I have a firm feeling that, or not a firm feeling. I have a firm conviction that if you're not learning something every day, you're not getting smarter, and if you're not getting smarter every day, you're getting dumber every day. So try to connect more neurons up here every day if you can. Learn something new. Trust me on this one. Not pray. I know you do this, right? I'm just saying in general. You should learn something every day. You should learn a new fact. Learn something. Something. It doesn't matter if it's like how to make a more potent vaporizer, right? So you can vape better, or if you're learning about cryogenic propellants for rockets or whatever. Just learn something every day. Now I need to send EJ a Japanese toilet. Please do not do that. So you learned about catfish noodling today. There you go. Oh, look at that. Oh, you did helicopter. Is this going to be a full send burn? Probably. So the last static fire that they did, Ansel, they aimed for a 5-second burn. They made it to 3.7 seconds, if I'm remembering right, and some of the motors didn't work. We had theorized what that problem was, and, you know, it brought up a whole conversation, around the spaceflight fan community, right, about whether Raptors are reliable enough. I think the Raptors are plenty reliable. I think the pad is not reliable right now, unless this static test proves otherwise. Now, why? Why would you say that? Well, they said that 4 of the engines didn't go when they went to static fire it. The thing about that is that Super Heavy has 33 engines in it. It has a ring of 20 engines on the outside, and then a ring of 10 engines on the inner loop, and then 3 in the center, right? The inner loop of 10 and the 3 in the center use nitrogen. They use liquid nitrogen, well, gaseous nitrogen, to start. The nitrogen is inside of these kind of nacelle things that are on the sides. SpaceX calls them chines, I think. This element that's on the bottom of the booster here, that's where the nitrogen tanks are stored. So why would you carry the nitrogen tanks to start 13 engines on a booster that has 33? Why would you do that? Well, those engines need to be air started. The inner ring of 10 and the 3 boosters in the center need to be restarted in flight. Why? Well, you got to do that whole landing thing. That's kind of important. So the mechanism to start the engines, the nitrogen, is on board. Now, in case anybody's wondering, how the heck how do you use nitrogen to start an engine? The nitrogen isn't used to necessarily start the engine, but the nitrogen is used basically in the same way that a starter motor is used on your car. A starter motor starts turning the engine so the engine can turn on. It starts spinning the engine for you, right? And if you have an electric car, just don't listen to this part. So, yes, that starter noise. Yeah, it sounds exactly like that. I know. So what the nitrogen does is basically they shoot gas into the pre-burners on the Raptor engines, the turbines on the pre-burners. They shoot gas into a fan, and that starts spinning the pumps, and the pumps start pumping fuel into the pre-burners, and the pre-burners have an igniter inside, from what I understand. And then you're good to go. Think of it like if you're starting a good quality propane grill, boy. You turn the damn gas on, and then you hit the igniter, or you throw a match and some lighter fluid on there. And if they want their rockets well done, we ask them politely but firmly to leave. Anyway, so the starter mechanism for 13 Raptors is actually on the booster. Yeah, I know, that was distracting, wasn't it? Well, I got plenty more where that came from, boy. So, we're talking about starting problems with a static fire here. The inner ring of Raptors, the inner ring and the 3 really haven't had any problems from what I've seen. It's the outer ring of Raptors that have the problem. So, outer ring of Raptors. Those only need to be lit once. They only need to be lit once when you're leaving the pad. So SpaceX did a 5-head solution here. They did a 5-head solution and put the nitrogen to actuate the preburners, to get the preburners to spin, there on the pad itself. Why would you need to carry nitrogen to start all the other engines again? You only need to carry nitrogen on board for a starter mechanism to start the engines that you need to land, because those are the ones that need to restart. The outer ring of 20 engines on Super Heavy only are designed to start once on their way, like when you leave the pad and on their way up, and then they shut off, and then there's no way to start them again, because you don't need to start them again. Even if you needed to land, there's 13 other Raptors that can land the booster just fine. You don't need the outer 20. You only need the outer 20 when there's like a 400-ton Starship attached to the top, right? So the starter mechanism for those are actually on the pad themselves. There's 20 umbilicals inside of the OLM that feed each of the 20 outer ring of Raptors. 20 umbilical carriers. That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of umbilicals for any rocket, right? And those 20 umbilicals are actually the hold down points too. That's what Super Heavy is physically sitting on, right? So they're the structural carrier for Super Heavy, and also it has the actuation mechanism for the outer 20 boosters. Per the last static fire, I'm pretty dang sure they had problems with that mechanism, because turns out trying to have the right amount of pneumatic pressure to start 20 of these Raptor engines in quick succession like that gets to be a little bit complicated. So was actually, from what I understand, that was one of the big upgrades to the orbital launch mount that they did. They upgraded whatever the actuation pneumatic system is on the 20 umbilicals there. That's probably why we're seeing a Booster 9 static fire so quickly, so they can verify that those systems work. There's no other real way to test that other than just dry firing it, which we did see them do last week, or put a booster on there and try to start all those engines all at once. Now keep in mind, this is where this gets a little bit complicated, and the level of complication here is we're just scratching the surface, to be honest. But think about this for a second. When you have 33 engines, right? Outer ring of 20, inner ring of 10, 3 in the center. When you have 33 engines, you can't fire them all at the same time. This is why rockets use what's called an ignition sequence. So I'm sure if you've liked space in any way, shape, or form, if you've ever heard a commentary on a rocket launch, an ignition sequence start, where go for ignition sequence. Ignition sequence, that's the operative word here. You don't fire 2 rocket engines at the exact same time. You stagger their ignitions into a sequence over the course of a couple milliseconds. So think about doing this 33 times, right? Or let's reduce it, let's get even simpler, 20 times, right? 20 times around the horn. Now, you can't light one engine on one side, right? And then just go around the horn like in a full 360-degree loop, because then you have power being unequally applied to the booster. So you don't want the booster to rock around when you're igniting the engines. So they have to fire opposites. So there's one at 12 o'clock, one at 6 o'clock. They fire this one and they fire this one right after it, and then they go around the horn with the outer ring. Think about a pneumatic system performing that type of actuation in very quick succession. Now, the engines don't start at the exact same time. Like I said, they're staggered by a couple of milliseconds. That makes this even more difficult. How do you make a pneumatic system sequence like that? That's really hard to do, because you're going to get a drop in pressure. The more engines you ignite, your pneumatic pressure is going to go down. So that means that thing has to be under tremendous amounts of pressure. But as you light more and more engines, you're adding more and more vents, right? Because the nitrogen that goes through and starts the preburners just gets shot out the bottom. So how do you keep the pressure up over a sequence like that? It's a very, very difficult problem to solve. That's the problem with perceived Raptor reliability right now. They're trying to make sure that they can light 33 engines in a row like that. in a very complicated ignition sequence, like torquing bolts. Exactly, Aqualex, yeah. Ignition sequences on rockets usually do stuff like that. They go 12, 6, 3, 9, or they go 12 and 6 and go around the horn. It depends on the rocket. But the reason why you don't want to start all your rocket engines at the same time is because of vibrations. Rocket engines are so loud, they vibrate a lot. The vibrations on the vehicle are insane. We're dealing with vibrations with a rocket engine doing all pumping all that thing out, making the explosion, shooting it out a throat and a nozzle, right? Introduces all manner of vibrations over all frequencies. You get high frequency vibrations, you get very low frequency vibrations. Now, what's the difference? Well, the low frequency vibration sounds like a bass guitar. That's low frequency, right? High frequency sounds like when you have a synthesizer and you're hitting the keys on the very end and they're like, you know? That's super high frequency, right? Well, that actually, I mean, the synth is probably not super high frequency, but that's the difference. Those low frequency stuffs can really shake things. So what they do is what happens is if you fired all the rocket engines at the same time, it actually would end up being a compounding frequency. So the rocket would literally shake itself to pieces. It would just all the engines firing at the same time would introduce a compounding low frequency vibration and later into high frequency vibrations, literally shake the vehicle to pieces. That happens. That happened with the first space shuttle mission. It didn't shake the vehicle to pieces, but the boosters, the SRBs, made such ridiculous vibrations they shook tiles off of the space shuttle. And NASA was like, tiles, yeah, we probably need those. Fortunately, STS-1 did come back down, and then they figured out that tile problem, which is good. They you know what their solution was? Spraying more water on the pad. Yeah. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Right? Low frequency is the realm of the brown note. So you stagger ignitions. You stagger ignition on rocket engines. That's really important. Another thing is that you don't want to shock compression load your booster. Turns out if you fire all the rocket engines at the same time, you don't load up force on the booster. It would be like a wrecking ball hitting the bottom of the booster trying to fire all the rocket engines at once, especially something that has 15 million pounds of thrust. Think like a wrecking ball hitting the bottom of that. I'm pretty sure we don't want that. You don't want to shock force load your booster. You'll introduce compression load really, really quick, and the whole thing will crumple like a soda can. So you have to do a sequence ignition. Now, the more engines you have in that sequence, the more complicated it gets. SpaceX has 20 of them. That has a pad-actuated starter. Crazy, right? What time is the test fire supposed to happen? We're about halfway through LOX load, Mock. It seems like the methane is in replenish. Methane tank is in a replenish mode right now, meaning that the methane tank has gotten to where they need it to, and they just have the recondenser going, meaning that fuel's good to go. They have to initiate more fast fill, right? You need more. They're using liquid oxygen here as ballast to make sure the booster doesn't rip itself off the pad. Like I said, Super Heavy has 15 million pounds of force. So all the Raptor engines at full throttle. So that's 70 meganewtons for the metric folks. 70 meganewtons of thrust. That's absurd. That is an absurd amount of force. The 33 Raptor engines are going to push up with the same force that a 15 million pound block of concrete would push down on something on the ground. So like if you dropped a 15 million pound block of concrete onto a car, that amount of force is what's pushing up on this. That's what I mean about shock loading. It would be like a 15 million pound wrecking ball hitting the bottom of the booster if they tried to fire all the engines all at once. The methane is in exactly, Helsinki. They're in replenish mode. The methane is finished. They're in replenish mode. They're using the liquid oxygen as ballast to make sure the booster doesn't rip itself off the pad. Because 15 million pounds of thrust is a lot. Aren't static fires like 50% thrust? Yes, Dink, but here's the thing. You don't start a rocket engine at 50% throttle. That's not how an ignition sequence works. The rocket engine ramps up to 100 and then throttles down to 50 and then goes. The reason why is because you don't want to create a hard start scenario. Starting a rocket engine in deep throttle mode is a good way to create a failure mode and create a nice explosion. We kind of saw that with SN11. Now, SN11 was more due to propellant feed because it turns out that when you design a vehicle that's designed to launch vertically and it's falling down horizontally and you go to fire the engines, right, it's tough to get the liquid to go that way. When the rocket's pointed straight up, you have gravity helping you push the liquid down. So basically, SN11 puked, and then the rocket engine exploded. And it was cloudy, so we never saw it, so we just saw a bunch of debris rain down from the clouds, right? Are you familiar with Stoke Space's upper stage? It is considered one engine with distributed thrusters, and is that more reliable than full engines? So Moto, they have one engine, so one power pack, so one set of turbo pumps, right? Liquid fuel and oxidizer, right? I think they're using methane, if I'm understanding that right. They have one power pack that has basically a toroidal shaped nozzle, not a toroidal aerospike, a toroidal shaped nozzle. Yeah, that's doable. Sure. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be more reliable, but you got to remember, their nozzle design isn't there for reliability. Their nozzle design, well, not necessarily there for reliability, right? Their nozzle design is there to basically give space for a heat shield because their upper stage is shaped like a pod. It's shaped like a pod. If you shape your upper stage like a pod, you have to put a heat shield on the bottom to get it to re-enter correctly. So you can't just put a rocket engine in the center with a heat shield in front of it or a heat shield behind it. If there's a heat shield in front of it, your rocket engine is going to shoot into the heat shield from the backside. Pretty sure you don't want that. And if you have your heat shield with the rocket engine in front of it, when you go to re-enter, your rocket engine obliterates itself because plasma do be like that. So what Stoke is trying to do is make a type of rocket nozzle that goes around the heat shield, which is smart. That's really smart thinking. That type of concept has been proposed before. Chrysler, the car company. They proposed an idea like that in the 60s called SERV. But it wasn't an upper stage. It was an SSTO that was shaped like a gigantic capsule, proposing an idea very similar to that. What their idea was, what Chrysler's SERV idea was, though, was to basically have a bunch of conventional rocket engines angled inwards on the bottom of the vehicle with like openings, like landing gear bays, right? And when the vehicle fired, the landing gear bays were open and the rocket engines would fire in on itself, making a gigantic toroidal aerospike on the way up. And then for landing, those doors would close. It would go through EDL because there's a heat shield in the center, right? It would go through entry, descent, and landing. And then when it would come down to land, it would land under propulsion. But it wouldn't land under propulsion with the rocket engines. It had jet engines on the outside of that toroidal aerospike. And those doors open and jet engines would land the thing. It's really, really cool. It's not the first time a pod-shaped stage has been proposed with some type of toroidal-shaped propulsion system. Now, SERV was way more complicated than what Stoke is trying to do. SERV would have been like having a pod that's the size of a Saturn V first stage. Yeah. Would you rather fight one pod-shaped Saturn V first stage or one regular-shaped Saturn V first stage? I don't know. But anyway, Stoke's trying to do something like that. They basically need a rocket nozzle design that is a rocket engine that goes around their heat shield that they need to reuse their second stage. Whew. That was a mouthful. Anyway, I'm going to let them talk for a second. That was a really long explanation. Hope you guys learned something. Are there advantages to using a toroidal aerospike over a linear aerospike? It's application driven, Nova. If your rocket is cylindric, a toroidal aerospike makes sense. If your rocket is rectangular shaped because it's a giant flying brick of cheese, X-33, I'm looking at you, a toroidal aerospike, you're not going to be able to fit that on there. You need a linear aerospike. It's really about packaging and design. What are you trying to do with your aerospike engine? Not going to lie, Stoke Space sounds like a villain company in a space race movie. It does, but Stoke's actually really cool. Those guys that are working on it ain't no spring chicken, man. Stoke was founded by propulsion engineers that developed the BE-4 at Blue Origin. True story.
Launches. Alex. What's your take on these ground tracking dishes?
Well, they have removed them, but they might have.
So
other
they're still
ways
in
to
Locke's
communicate
fast
with
still
with
here.
the
We gotta wait
vehicle.
till that tank gets, till the
So,
frost gets all the way up there.
I'm mostly sure that they're gonna use it. Yeah, that you can see that there's no tracking dishes at all. So we might have them. You know, they might have any other they might have any other ways of actually doing that with other kinds of antennas. Or
Hey,
something
Razzie.
like it.
By the way, we just got confirmation from SpaceX that they're in a static fire countdown right now.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, they're into countdown.
So,
okay, so they didn't
I mean,
fill.
we already.
They didn't fill the liquid oxygen tank all the way up. They're filling it. It looks to be about 60% there.
Calling them out.
Okay, this
And
is the part where I try to move my
They're
mouse
doing
off
it
of this
now.
monitor,
Every
and
single
Synergy
major
doesn't
step
want
of
to.
this test campaign so far has been tweeted out or X'd out.
Discovery, go and
Has
throttle
been
up.
communicated.
Hey,
Tweet it.
10-4 on 20, dude. Thank you.
So yeah, I
10-4
like
on 420. Nice. That's the meme
So,
number.
yeah.
Thanks
And
for the
then
10 subs,
also,
dude.
Also this question here.
I appreciate
I
it.
didn't have it in the queue yet.
Thank
but
you
I
very
wanna
much.
answer it. So, Trevor, why
Live
are they
views
loading
will
so
begin a few
much
minutes
liquid
prior to
oxygen
ignition.
for this
All
test?
right.
Because they don't need this much, right?
No,
Thanks
they
for all
do
the
not
past
need
subs.
anywhere near this much, and
no
you'll
problem.
see that the
I
vast
appreciate it. Thank you for the
majority
support.
will
It
be
means a lot.
offloaded back into the tank farm. However, as we were talking about earlier, right, there'll be today's test will produce, I think,
Where'd
it's
the
like
alerter
what,
go?
39 or so meganewtons.
you break
of
my alerter?
thrust.
Discovery, go and
So
throttle
Oh, there
up.
we
it's
go.
at 50% throttle, and that's a lot of thrust. And one thing that
And he
liquid
gifted,
oxygen
Predominant gifted
is
you a
it's,
sub.
very massive. So by having all of that mass on the first stage, you can reduce the forces on the launch clamps and everything. Since the acceleration up will be.
Time are you switching to Crew 7
reduced.
coverage?
So yeah, and that's the reason why they don't do this.
A little bit before NASA starts.
Is because in the case of an anomaly, you don't want to have more methane than you have to have. So they just load as little methane as they can, but then all of
That's
the
an awful
rocks
lot.
get
Yeah, a lot of
weight
thrust.
the booster.
Oh, that's a fun one. Predep Boscal asking, quick futuristic question. Who will be the first NSF team candidate who will be flying to space? We are Dragon, Starship, or Orion? My money's on Jack. I don't know. If there's a person that I see yelling while going onto a Starship, I think it would be Jack.
Yeah.
Can you
yeah.
that's my
imagine him floating bacon next to him? That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's I think I don't see anybody else. I think that's my prediction. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Yes, Jack confirming. What happens if SpaceX loses connection with the rocket for a sustained period of time and can't reconnect? Alex, how dependent are they on communication with the rocket?
Well, they
Do you have any thoughts on why SpaceX does not use round tanks for gas storage? If I had to guess, Blackbird, they're not doing that because the tanks that SpaceX are using are more or less off the shelf. Now, these tanks right here, they did make in-house. They are basically Starship fuel tanks with a vacuum insulator around them, but some of those tanks don't work very well. I think SpaceX uses a more off-the-shelf industrial applicative approach. Why re-engineer the wheel? There's methane tanks all over the place in industrial engineering, and there's plenty of them for sale around. There's always a market for it, so you might as well buy something that already exists instead of trying to make one yourself.
that sort of telemetry back down to the ground, but it is not like they need it in the sense of sending some signal to the vehicle, because it does everything by itself.
This is actually a misconception that I had for a
What happens if SpaceX loses connection with a rocket for a sustained period of time and can't rapidly terminate? Well, I'd assume that it says can't rapidly terminate. That's a good question from Luke right there. So SpaceX's rockets have an automatic flight termination system. So if they lose connection with the vehicle via a ground station or something, and something goes wrong, the computers will sense that something goes wrong and will terminate the vehicle. Keep in mind that different systems are safe at different points in flight. Second stage flight termination system basically disables itself on the way up when the vehicle is going fast enough to disintegrate during re-entry. So once you get past a certain threshold, the automatic flight termination system is disabled, and if something goes wrong with the rocket, it doesn't matter because it's going to burn up because it's going too fast. With that being said, same thing for the first stage. Flight termination system disables itself when it's absolutely sure that the rocket is going to land somewhere where there aren't people. With that being said, rockets have closed-loop guidance systems on board. Basically, the rocket has a computer program on board that basically tells it where it is based off of accelerated information, or basically inertia. Right? They're called inertial measuring units, and the software on board is governing where the rocket goes. And if the software sees that the rocket is going out of whack, it'll just blow the rocket up. It's a good question. What's that, Phil? Let's see if I remember how to do this commentary thing. Oh, Dan Hewitt's doing the commentary for the static fire? Awesome!
We stand behind.
Oh, Dan's a legend.
Why we are communicating it, but not easily displaying it on the left side in case we might just display something else. There we go. Will SpaceX also put water-cooled plate on the concrete where the tower will
Something
catch
like
the
that.
booster?
You're not live.
I think so.
Now I am. All right, prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. It looks like the encoders are taking a dump there. Oof. That's not me, dudes. Oh, wait, it might be. Hold on. Go back up there. Thank you.
Something like that. Maybe the concrete is good enough.
When will then be now?
Woman, I thought I
Soon.
saw grid fence moving,
SpaceX Streamlink.
but I think I just imagined something.
Okay, the SpaceX Streamlink is 35 minutes out, so we're still a little
Sorry, that
ways.
was just me being like
Little ways out.
sometimes you see something on the side of your eyes and you're like, did I just see the grid fence move? But I do not think I saw it.
That's a lot of propellant being moved
Does
around.
anybody know what the ratio of methane and LOX is when the Raptors are firing? It seems that methane is less than LOX, but does anyone dare to say some numbers? Does anybody here have some numbers of the mixture rate of Raptor?
If you give me a second.
You want to take that? Oh, okay. Well, I do remember it was around 3.6 in terms of mass. Like 3.6 times more liquid oxygen than liquid methane on the Raptor.
Oh, I believe. Are you sure it's 3.6? Because I'm seeing 3.8.
Well, that would be quite a lot.
Yeah.
That would be
I
oxygen
need argument
rich.
mode.
Or is it fuel rich? No, it will be oxygen rich, right? It will be more oxygen rich.
It's never oxygen rich. They're going to be running fuel rich. The reason why, so that's actually another good question. Is this a test with all the engines firing? Yeah, Nico, I think they're trying to test the starter motors on the pad. So yeah, we should see 33. How you doing, by the way? Everything good? Who's Dan Hewitt? You've heard Dan Hewitt's voice before, Erudite. He was a former NASA commentator that works for SpaceX. He's one of the best. I would say he's a better commentator than me. Way better. He was a NASA public affairs officer for years, dude. If you've watched any NASA mission over the past 20 years, you've probably heard his voice. Yeah, maybe 10. He's really good. Things are good, thanks. Keeping this in the background while working. Hope you and folks here are having a good one. Yeah, Nico, I'm good. Hey, Nico, I don't necessarily know if this is your department, right? But whoever worked on the streamer dashboard UI UX thing with analytics and stuff, please tell them good job. The stuff that was rolled out over the summer is actually really, really good. Like, So guys, like Twitch did a bunch of like revamps to the dashboard and stuff that tells you very detailed analytics to your stream, like what people watch and when. It's actually super useful for, you know, finding a good niche if you're a smaller streamer. If you're a smaller streamer that's watching this, go look at that stuff. It'll even tell you like when games like have higher, like what days of the week games have higher play counts and stuff, like when more people are playing what game at what time. Like, it's so strange. There's some stuff that's more popular during the weekends. I mean, but that's because more people are here. But there are some games that are popular during the week. Very weird. Oh, cool. Not my work, but I'll let those folks know and pass it on. Yeah, Nico, it's good stuff. It really is. I'm actually like, I was taken aback. I was like, what is all? Oh, this is nice. Ooh. And it works. So it's not a it just works scenario. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to do that kind of publicly. I probably should have said that back channel, but it's good stuff. Really, really good. Yeah, Twisted, go take a look. There's a huge breakdown and stuff on all the stuff during your stream. Like, it's very, very useful. But yeah, anyway, Nico, keep us on the background. I didn't mean to call you out like that. My bad. Yeah, some guy, that's a good point. Hey, look, Twitch, like any other company, I know there's a bunch of people that do software, UX, and all this other stuff, and they probably don't get a shout out very often, some guys. So, you know, if you did a good job, I think, you know, as somebody that uses this stuff every day, I think it's good to say it. But yeah, I don't mean to. Yeah, but I'm just here as a fellow space fan. Exactly, guys. Don't bugger Nico. I'll find you, and I'll kick you. We got 30 to go. I know, Zay. I have the SpaceX stream up on the countdown. Dan Hewitt's doing the commentary. Mm-hmm.
The logs tank, and if you need to look at that,
that's weird, Thomas. But yeah, I think I must have missed it. No, Canadian. We're about 30 minutes out.
But that tank.
I know we're about 30 minutes out because boop.
That's not open. You cannot.
SpaceX is actually going to stream the static fire, and we have a YouTube video open. I like typing V into the thing, populated Varda. Yep, see, 2926. SpaceX is going to do an official stream for the static fire.
Give the red team membership of 5 red team memberships. Thank you so much.
You want to develop an app?
With Storm Message, I always wondered what the night sky would look like from Boca Chica. I have an idea what they got from the store.
So anyway, they were talking about propellants, guys. I said before I change the subject, you kind of got to go with the flow of the stream. It's a good way to do it. Rocket engines usually don't run at what's called stoichiometry. So they were asking about, you know, does it have more methane? Does it have more liquid oxygen? Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know the exact value. The reason why is because if you go Google liquid oxygen and liquid methane, what's called stoichiometry, which means you have the ideal amount of methane and the ideal amount of oxygen combining with each other, or atomizing. So atomization is something, basically, think of it like playing musical chairs, okay? So you have, the chairs are the methane, right? And the people walking around the chairs are the oxygen, right? And if you have the same amount of chairs as the same amount of people, right? Everybody sits in their chair, you're good to go. That's stoichiometry, right? If you have too many chairs, if you have 20 chairs and 5 people, everyone's going to sit down and you're going to have a bunch of empty chairs, right? There is an ideal amount of methane and an ideal chairs, and there's an ideal amount of oxygen, people, that can combine. They atomize, right? They actually, if you introduce them into an impingement and spray them at each other at low pressure, they'll actually cling to each other. And that's what atomization is. The ideal amount of liquid methane and liquid oxygen is called stoichiometry, all right? Or stoichiometric. That's the cool chemistry way of saying stoichiometric. Also saying stoichiometric is very, very fun to say. Stoichiometric. Yeah. Anyway, so they're not going to carry an even amount of methane and LOX inside of this. So on one, they're using a lot of liquid oxygen on the booster for ballast to make sure the booster doesn't leave the pad when they go to fire the engines. Now, 2, even if they were running stoic right now, you wouldn't want to do that with a rocket engine. Why? Why would you not want to do that? Well, long story short, running stoichiometric for most rocket propellants will melt the engine. Rocket engines run fuel rich. Now, what is fuel rich? What does that mean? So stoichiometric is ideal. That's right down the center. Every person has a chair. Every piece of methane attaches to every piece of oxygen when they're impinged on at low pressure and they combine, okay? So you get 1 for 1. You get a combination. Now keep in mind with chemistry it's a little more complicated than 1 for 1. Sometimes you get 2 for 1. It really depends on the composition of what you're using as a propellant. Yeah, it turns out this stuff is difficult. I know. Funny. So rocket engines usually don't run right down the middle with stoichiometry because it runs too hot, right? So if you go more fuel, so you have more people, less chairs, right? You know, you're not every piece of methane is going to find a bit of oxygen, but that methane goes into the engine and actually it absorbs the heat. The heat some of the methane goes through in what's called film cooling and absorbs some of the heat, so the rocket nozzle doesn't. Because if you ran stoichiometric with an engine like Raptor, that's with its full flow stage combustion, if those just mean some words to you, that means that the engine runs extremely hot. If you ran it at stoic, it would melt the engine. You wouldn't run fuel rich or oxidizer rich, you'd run engine rich. So rocket engines tend to move more away from stoichiometry and more towards fuel rich to make sure the rocket engines don't melt. This is why some rocket engines have a clear flame coming out the back. That indicates a very efficient burn. There's not much extra stuff coming out of the rocket engine, like all the liquid fuel and all the oxidizer found each other, right? The problem with that is that, once again, it makes a lot of heat. So if you take something like the space shuttle engine, which uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on a fuel-rich stage combustion cycle, right? Some of that fuel is used to cool the outside of the nozzle and then gets atomized, or then gets, exploded to make a gaseous hydrogen mixture that gets mixed with the oxygen and then shot out the bottom. The end result is very super efficient, but some of that hydrogen gets put through the engine to absorb the heat and then goes, because they turn the hydrogen to gas first before they put it in the rocket engine, right? You end up running pretty stoic, but that heat goes into the propellants. They're basically preheating their fuel. On a shuttle engine, it preheats the fuel before it goes into the main combustion chamber. That's what stage combustion is. Raptor does that with both liquid methane and liquid oxidizer. So or liquid oxygen, it gets very, very hot. It can get very, very hot very fast. The shuttle engine is able to be super efficient, and that's why its flames are super freaking clear. That, and it's using hydrogen. Now, with methane, you're going to get a kind of clear flame. But if you see a rocket engine and it has a flame that's not very clear, like you can't see through it, that means you're not running an ideal fuel ratio. You're not running it stoichiometric. You're running fuel rich. Usually, like a Merlin engine, for instance, you get these big, colorful yellow flames coming out because they're shooting out a lot of fuel out the bottom of the motor to make sure that the motor doesn't melt. Because all that extra fuel that doesn't meet up with oxidizer just ends up getting shot out the bottom and it absorbs all the heat. So the original question was, what's the ideal ratio of liquid methane to liquid oxygen? Like, what does SpaceX use? Well, the answer is I don't know exactly, but it's more methane. It's more methane than oxygen. Yeah. It's more methane. Now, the flip side of fuel rich is running oxygen rich, or what's called lean. If you run lean and you introduce more oxygen than more fuel, all of your fuel is going to find something to explode with and blow up. The problem is oxygen's not the best at absorbing heat, so because you're operating basically at stoic and even more, all that oxidizer gets shot out the bottom, and when it gets shot out the bottom, you're gonna have that's a ton of heat, because the oxidizer isn't the best at absorbing heat, so the rocket engine gets really, 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 really hot if you're running lean. That is the case for anything that combusts, atomized and combusts stuff. So car engines, jet engines, diesel engines, rocket engines, that's anything. If you run lean, it runs extremely hot, but you're running extremely efficient because you're not getting any extra fuel shot out the bottom. You're just getting extra oxygen. right? So there are some rockets that do run oxygen rich. Atlas 5, the first stage, has an oxygen rich stage combustion cycle where they basically turn the liquid oxygen. They use the liquid oxygen to cool the engine and then turn it to gas because it heated up and then shoot the fuel into that gaseous oxidizer mixture. That makes for an extremely efficient, extremely powerful explosion. But it's super hot. You have to find a way to deal with all that heat. So, I mean, car engines could do this. If your car engine ends up running lean, it'll melt. If it runs fuel rich, it'll run cool, and but you're not very efficient. You have to kind of find the mark. But at stoichiometry, with rocket propellants, it's usually too hot for the metals that we use to make rocket engines. So they tend to run fuel rich they tend to run fuel rich with rockets. So there's a little bit more methane than there is oxygen, which is funny because it looks like there's more oxygen in there than there is methane. Now keep in mind you can store different propellants at different densities here. Oxygen can be stored at a higher density or a lower density. With methane, you're kind of constricted because that hydrogen doesn't play nice. The 4-part hydrogen that's in methane doesn't play nice very well. Hydrogen's a pain in the butt to use. But that, the carbon atom, so methane is CH4, so it's 1 carbon, 4 hydrogen, right? The carbon atom tends to keep the hydrogen, that 1 carbon tends to keep the 4 hydrogen in line. Yeah, if you run lean, if you run too lean, if you run oxidizer rich, yeah, your engine will end up melting, and then you'll run engine rich, because that heat has to go somewhere. And if the engine melts, then the engine becomes the fuel. That's bad. That's bad with rockets. That's bad with diesels. That's bad with gasoline engines. That's bad with anything that combusts jet engines. You don't want to know what that does to a jet engine. That's not good. So yeah, little bit on propellants and stoichiometry. Yeah, keep in mind this is just scratching the surface, and I'm trying to be very, very general with this stuff.
A Raptor bot wouldn't be the first time we see it, but they have been.
I see it, Creeper.
Quite rare lately.
In diesels, you get runaway because the oil becomes the fuel. Yep.
Recently, they tend to, if they go this far, also get to fire. So let's hope.
If you had to relay a figure for it, what would the volumetric efficiency of most liquid fuel first stage engines be? I'd have to go look it up, Hellfish.
Oh boy, Starship.
Ablative core rocket engine. Well, Hypersonic, it's funny that you mention an ablative core rocket engine. Some rocket engines do that. Oh yeah. Some rocket engines make the inside of the nozzle out of heat shield, out of an ablator. There's an ablative nozzle. Some rocket engines use that to cool themselves. So you really only get a one-time use, but if you're launching it on like a missile, you don't really need to worry about using it again because it's a missile or an ICBM. With that being said, the Space Shuttle boosters have an ablative nozzle. The Space Shuttle and SLS boosters have ablator nozzles. Those ablator nozzles actually are jettisoned, and they add a new one after every flight. Well, not on SLS. SLS, they don't reuse the boosters. But during the shuttle program, it would ablate the nozzle, and then right before the SRB hit the ground, it would jettison the nozzle, and then it would just float. And then they could just attach a new one when they refurbish the casing. How does Raptor cool itself again? Film cooling is what they have. They have regenerative cooling and film cooling in 3 spots. The combustion chamber walls are cooled, the throat is cooled, and the nozzle is film cooled as well. It's a very complicated system. And it's crazy because the Raptor engines nowadays, they don't look like they're very complicated. There's not a lot of plumbing on there, but they're complicated.
I think the best bet is, from what I know, there's like Rocket Ranch.
Hey, Honor B, what's up, dude?
Stuff or whatever island is north of the launch site, I can't remember. But
South Padre.
I believe we're releasing a video soon on this, so keep your eye out.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Absolutely, the North
Then
Island is South Padre Island.
Van, you said you had to service the heat plate on your brother's 6.7 Cummins to delete the death bolt. The exhaust is also the fuel. The heat plate was essentially clogged with soot. Yep. Yeah, Van, like talking about diesels. Oh. they're priming the Fire X system. See the little bits of water coming out? Also, the recirculator pipes are frosted down, and the Raptor engine chill vent pipes are open. So yeah, we're closing in on a static fire. Hey Chris, 36-month resub. Yeah, if you see diesel engines shoot out a bunch of black smoke, Van, I know you know this, dude. This is for anybody else. If a lot of guys run very fuel rich with diesels to shoot out all that black smoke, yeah, next time you see somebody do that, laugh at them, because that means they're running super fuel rich, which is not very efficient. Literally, they're bogging down their diesel with too much fuel to look cool. Yeah. No performance application is involved with shooting soot out the tailpipes. That actually is making the diesel run worse. The more you know.
Not fully sure.
Hey, Chaos.
I do know the size of like the ISS is about
All right.
200 meters.
So I'm gonna go over to the SpaceX stream. I'd like to thank our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight for letting us show this footage. We can do that. I'm a contributor for NSF. I do commentate these sometimes over there on their end, but I'm doing it here today. But we're gonna jump over here and see what SpaceX has in store. So make sure you go over there and support those guys. NSF is a good bunch of dudes, and they it wasn't easy getting all those cameras, those close-up views. I'm gonna keep NSF on the second screen here, so we can double box it for you guys. But I want to see SpaceX's cast. The reason why I want to see SpaceX's cast is because I didn't see it last time because I was commentating on the NSF stream. I didn't get to see it. Let's see what SpaceX has for us here. Like, comment, and subscribe. I mean, you could do that. You don't have to. Go buy something. They have good merch. Really good space merch. I'm serious. I have it. I have it myself. I have the Winhop shirt. Go over there and support those guys. Keeping all those cameras down on Boca Chica working is not an inexpensive endeavor. But I'm not asking for... I'm not saying, please go support them. Support the content that you want to see. Let me put it to you like that. Dan Hewitt is doing the commentary today, not. Dan Hewitt is a famous NASA... He was a NASA PAO for a very long time. You got a Starship patch in the plushie. I plan to grab more merch from them soon. Do it, Nova. That does inadvertently support me. Thanks, Animal, for linking it. Stormwork is getting space stuff and lunar stuff. I saw somebody build a mobile launcher, Mason, and launch pads. That's not good. No. It's good. It's good.
My name is Jeff.
Oh, Van, that's killer, dude. Oh!
Afternoon from Starbase, Texas. I'm SpaceX's Dan Hewitt. And that right there is 33 Raptor engines on the aft or the bottom end of Super Heavy Booster number 9 on the launch mount here at Starbase, getting ready.
Loki, we're close.
Dude,
look at that. Holy balls. The business end, though.
The vehicle. We started that a little over an hour ago. As you can see, we only look about half of the vehicle fully frosty. As for a static fire, we do just about a full load of the liquid oxygen and only a partial load of the fuel, that liquid methane on board. That's all we need for a static fire test. As of this moment, we are in a hold at the T-minus 40-second mark. This is a planned hold. We're just going to hold here while we wait for the fuel temperatures to get to a desired range before we resume the countdown. Once we see everything in the right range.
Where you specifically don't want to be, Nico, if I had like a terminal illness, knock on wood, right? If I had a terminal illness and like I knew I was going to go out, that would be like I'd do Make-A-Wish. I'd be like, I want to stand there. I want to stand there. I'm on my way out. I want to stand there. Let me go out in a blaze of glory. You know what I mean? Like, just let me stand there just once, Just once. I just want to see it once, you know?
A critical test before
It'd be
you get
really
ready
cool
to
for
go
about
fly.
2 seconds,
This
like
is
maybe a
really
second,
your
and then it
chance
wouldn't
to
be cool
put
after that.
everything together. All of the different systems on board the rocket,
Yeah,
the
they could.
propellant handling, the engines themselves, all of the ground support equipment, all of our operators.
Kyron's like, I'll do
who are
that. No,
gonna
no,
be
no, Kyron,
responsible
we
for
need you.
flying
No,
this
no.
vehicle
No, no, we
with
need you here.
Starship on top during that next flight.
Who's going to shovel you off the
This
concrete?
test is really
Dude, you're not... shovel you off the concrete, implying that you're going to find a piece of... No, no, no. Easy cleanup, dude. You see what that did to concrete? Easy cleanup.
hardware that is going to be involved today. We're going to once again be using.
I
the
saw it, man.
flame
I saw it. That's what I
deflector
was looking at.
Underneath, you've seen that tested
Power.
a handful of times, both with and without the rocket. We used it during the first static fire with Booster.
It's not like they're
going
to find a piece of you, Panderific, right?
So once we resume the count, again, it'll be about T-minus 40 seconds. We'll see the
Dude.
flame deflector fire up about 10 seconds before ignition. So when you see the water start to flow, you know we're about 10 seconds away.
This is a Kerbal. This is a Kerbal rocket that exists in real life.
But so far, it's been a pretty clean
You believe that?
count so far today. Haven't been tracking any issues. And we're still, again, right now we're at a hold. This was a planned hold in today's operation. We just want to make sure we got fuels at
They're
a desired temperature
chilling them
range
down. That's
before
why
we
some of the
resume
engines
that
have
final
exhausts.
countdown.
They're chilling the turbine machinery. When that happens, some condensation comes out. Not all the rocket engines will all cool
So with
equally.
static
Some of
fire,
them
we're looking to
some of them
do
might
what's
take a
called
little bit
flight-like
longer.
startup. So this is
You just got to get them all to temp.
putting the hardware in essentially a flight-like environment, as close to what it's going to see on an actual launch day. This really
mean,
gives
that'd be
you an
fun.
opportunity to see
Maybe
how
for-
all the
for
hardware
somebody.
behaves when it's all interacting together. We tweaked some of the startup sequence from the last time we did a static fire, as we just continue to fine-tune, learn about the hardware as we put it through the paces, and fine-tune, make our operations just as we get ready to get on to flight number 2. But again, we are still holding at T-minus 40 seconds. We'll hold here for a little bit longer, still watching the temperatures on those fuels. Once we're in the desired range, we'll see the clock come back up, and we will start counting down.
LOX tank is pretty full. I said previously that I
Again,
thought they
this
were
is-
getting it to
you're
60.
gonna see
They're
a lot of the
they
different
definitely
systems
filled the tank
that will
completely.
be there on flight day, really working together. So we've got obviously everything on board the booster. As I said, we're not looking to lift off when we do a static fire. You only throttle those engines up to about 50% of their thrust. It is kind of cool to note, though, that even at just 50% power, a Super Heavy has more thrust than a Falcon Heavy at full power. So Super Heavy packs a pretty big punch when it's at full thrust, and we'll see it there once we actually get to a launch day. But you only ramp up to about 50% of the total thrust on those engines.
Can you believe that? If all the engines throttled up on this to 100%, Super Heavy would have twice the thrust of a Saturn V. 2 times. That's 15 million pounds of thrust, everybody. That is pushing upward. Hold on. With a lot of force. The countdown's resumed. 15.
T-minus 10.
10. Deluge system should turn on.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Send it.
Ignition. Plus 1, 2. Full duration.
Full duration. All right. We heard full duration on the countdown net. That's awesome. Did you see that thing go? Wow.
And Booster 9 static fire complete.
That was awesome.
Rattled the walls here. Over at Starbase.
What a machine.
But, we did hear the call out of full duration. At this point, the teams can start going through the data, look at how many engines
What a
fired, how all the
freaking
tanks
beast.
behaved,
Oh
everything.
my goodness.
But, great to see Booster 9 lighting up down here in South Texas once again. We did hear that call out.
The
from
deluge system
the
looks
flight director
okay.
for today's operation, that we hit a full duration. We were targeting about a 6-second firing of those engines. But Booster 9 static fire number 2 complete.
That's awesome. So freaking cool, dude.
All right, well, as I said, now's the time when we can essentially start to safe the vehicle. We'll start to offload the prop, and then the teams can get right into looking at the data and see how that static fire went. We heard full duration. We'll share some additional information as it comes in. I know everybody is excited to hear how many engines lit. We'll get that data and share that a little bit later.
That's right,
but
Basia.
everything
Yep.
went off today. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Thanks for tuning in
Dude.
for some more development testing here with Starship. Definitely a reminder that a lot of space operations still coming this weekend. We're getting ready to launch Crew 7 to the International Space Station. That coming in the early hours Eastern Time tomorrow. And we'll have a Starlink launch, assuming that gets off the pad, a Starlink launch later on Saturday night. So be sure to stay tuned in to us on social, on the web for progress updates.
All right, we're watching it again. I want to see that one more time. That was awesome.
T-minus 30 seconds to count.
I was going to say, it's pushing up with 15 million pounds of force. That's like having a 15 million pound weight on top of you. It's a lot of force. Yeah. It's powerful.
T-minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full
Dude.
ignition.
What a rumble! Oh, man! Damn, that's cool. Damn, that's cool. I want to see it again. Yep, nope, want to see it again.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full duration.
Jeez. How do they hold it down? All the liquid oxygen inside, stream chat. The LOX is the ballast. Note that it's only frosty down the bottom. They have a little bit of methane and a lot of liquid oxygen. The mass of the booster is what holds it. Also, there's 20 hold down points.
We rattled the walls here.
I gotta watch it again. I want to see that again. 6 seconds from the ignition sequence start, which is what they were aiming for. They said full duration. Can you believe that? So they made it to +2, right? That means, and they said 6 seconds full. So 6 seconds was full duration. That's from the beginning of ignition sequence start. All 33 engines igniting, and then all 33 engines running for 2 seconds, and then all 33 engines shutting off. That is a lot of stuff to do in 6 seconds. It's a lot of things going on.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full duration.
That's nuts, man. Is the deluge system on a burst valve? That would explain why it continues flowing till the head drains off. There is a bleed valve, a check bleed valve, Bill. It's over there. See it right there? It's a check bleed. Yeah, it's... So they have a gas purge suppressor. Basically, nitrogen... They're shooting gaseous nitrogen into a water tank to pressurize the lines for the deluge system. But you don't want the nitrogen making it all the way to the pad. So that's what those elbows are for. It lets all the nitrogen gas and some water out the check valves. That was... I'm pretty confident that was 33, Erudite. It looked like 33 to me.
Counting down. And again, this is
From the tower
you're gonna
cam, the
see
view
a
of the
lot
exhaust
the
layer
different
over the water is
systems
awesome.
will be there
That
on
was my
flight day
favorite,
really,
Admiral, yeah.
really working together.
They
So,
showed that camera up
we've
there during the
got
IFT-1 test.
obviously everything on board the booster. As I said, we're not looking to lift off 50% thrust.
Just get to the good stuff. World's biggest bidet. I mean, it's Helios. It kind of does look like a toilet, though, doesn't it? Looks like a
And
toilet
I'm
with a toilet
hearing
seat.
Some good news.
Whatever.
Sounds like our clock has started
It's a
to
bidet
roll,
that you
so
could
we are
drown in,
less
I
than
guess.
40
Clock
seconds
is rolling.
away
T minus 30 seconds.
from static fire. T minus 30 seconds and count.
Does YouTube allow slow-mo playback? Yeah, we could play it back in slow motion. It's just here. Yep. See the check valves? I don't know if you guys want to do this with the sound on, but no, we're not doing that with the sound on. It's gonna sound ridiculous. Dude. Wow. That's insane. Dude, I saw something. It's not anything bad. I saw something ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Dude. Here. Check this out. So, right when the rocket engines ignite, watch right between the booster. Right between the booster and the tower. Right when you get your initial ignition. Watch. Watch right there. Did you see it? It looked like an explosion. That's the overpressure event. When you turn a rocket engine on, because a rocket engine is basically a canned explosion being shot out of a nozzle, right? So when the rocket engine turns on, it's like an explosion going off. If you look, there's a pressure wave that shoots up right at ignition. The pressure wave is shifting the pressure so fast, it is condensing the moisture out of the air. That's why it looks like there's a huge cloud right here at ignition. Watch all this. It'll kind of look like it ripples a little bit. Ready? See that? Oh, that's cool, man. Oh, that's legit. Oh, that's so cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, she left a little bit of a shockwave. Oh, man. Hey, Miles, 55-month resub. That was cool, dude. That was awesome. Watch. It'll condense all these gaseous propellants that are, or the frost that's on the side of the booster. Watch. Just watch right up in there. Oh, that's cool, man. Dude. I actually saw another pressure wave. I mean, we knew that the engine ignition was sequenced, right? But I think I saw the outer and the inner ring there. Like, watch. So there's an initial pressure wave shoot up. Is this camera like a quarter mile away? Something like that. See, there's the initial one, right? And then you start to... So what happens right here is all the rocket engines firing actually make a vacuum. They're shooting out all this gas and accelerating it all in one direction. It actually starts sucking air down in through the OLM plate, right? And you start to see some of the frost come off the booster and get pulled down. But as that frost is getting pulled down, if we back it up a little bit, I see a secondary pressure wave, which probably indicates that they lit the outer ring and then they lit the inner ring and then they lit the center engines. Engine ignition on rockets is never fire all of them at the same time. This kills the rocket. That's not good for it. So see 2 and 3 right there. So it was a sequenced ignition. We were right. That's cool, man. Oh, wow. And then So right here, all the engines are firing, but when you shut off a rocket engine, you don't have it at like full blast and then shut it off. You usually ramp down and tail the thrust off and then cut the fuel lines. Not physically, just shut them off, right? When that happens, a pneumatic system usually ends up shooting inert gas into the rocket engines to basically make them burp. What that does is it gets all the liquid methane and liquid oxygen out of the plumbing. They purge the engines after, and when you see the engine purge, they usually shoot out a big fireball like a burp. And you kind of see some of that here. When they start to shut the engines off, right? See the burp? And then... Pretty cool, huh? Did you see them burp? Like, and then you had some flames get burned off real quick? Yeah. That's the gas purging system. They basically burp right after they shut off. It's like after you have a good meal, you know. It's just all right, I'm good. They also don't want you don't want oxidizer staying inside of the rocket engine for any period of time. Oxidizer oxidizes things, and usually with metal stuff that means rust. You don't want the rocket rusting from the inside out, especially the engine. So they gas purge out to get all the oxidizer out of the system. And methane. Methane's not as bad, but pretty sure you don't want fuel in your rocket engine when the rocket engine's not supposed to be on. Don't want that. Is it a burp or a fart? Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't burp out the bottom. So yeah. Technically speaking, I would say more a fart than anything. Yeah, good call. Good call. It is out the tail end. It is a butt burp. Very astute, chap. And methane does... See, yeah, you know what? I'm changing my analogy. I'm going to call it a fart next time. Dude, that was crazy. I still can't believe that. That's, dude, I was saying it like right when the cast, like right at the beginning of the cast, right? SpaceX turned it on, and the first thing they show is that. Dude, this looks like a rocket that should exist in KSP. This looks like, oh, just add more boosters. That's what Jeb said to do. Bacon Warrior, 26 months, and then Tritons with the 37. Build it? I have before. It looks like just, oh, add more boosters. Elon's been playing Kerbal, hasn't he? I mean, he has actually. He does play KSP. I mean, you know how so if you guys follow my the Kerbal playthroughs that we do, we're working on a project called Star Raker right now. Star Raker is one of those projects that you look at and you're like, yeah, there's probably a reason why they didn't do that. Starship is quite literally one of those ridiculous projects that you find, right? That you hear about if you're a spaceflight fan that actually exists, which is, I would even say that the shuttle is like that too. The shuttle, like, if we didn't have the shuttle program and then somebody's like, dude, look at this concept that NASA wanted to do in the 70s, fully reusable vehicle. You'd look at that and be like, wow, that's really, all right, that's weird, right? Okay. That looks like it belongs in Kerbal, right? Freaking Starship and Super Heavy are that, but it actually exists. That's mind-boggling stuff. Rip this camera. Yeah, we might need to replace this. Yeah, Cherno, right? Dude, look at that. You gotta be kidding me. You can see there's the hold down points in the umbilicals. And that's part of the scavenging system, methane scavenging. Why on earth would they propose a hang glider on the side of a rocket? Yeah, exactly, right? Das used to call it the big fictional rocket. I think it exists. I think there's a reason why Das doesn't call it that anymore, not. Is that crazy or what? I gotta see it again. I want to see it again. I'm sorry. I want to see it again. Shh. How'd NSF's look? Impressive. Very nice. Let's check out NSF's view.
Analyze 10.
This is a replay, guys.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeet!
1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full duration.
That's a lot of power. It's like raw power. It's like raw power, Chad. Sweat. You sweat after watching it. It's such an intense amount of power. It's like watching Cops. Yeah, Nico, you got to bet when they were talking about it early on, and they said it was just a huge number of engines. I would have bet on a design change before it got built too. 33 engines is no joke. That is no joke. It's like raw science. It's like raw power. Yeah. Kind of sweating from watching it. It's like when you watch Cops. Why do you want to fire the second stage while you're firing your first stage? Because I like to party? Elon, probably. I wonder how it feels to be at the top of the OLM during a firing. Loud. Loud. Very loud. Yeah. I mean, dude, that camera... Vasi, like... This camera right here, this is 500 feet up in the air. About, what is that, like 150 meters up? This camera doesn't look like it's that far from the booster. We're 70 meters above the top of the booster. 70 meters. That's 210 feet above the booster. It doesn't look like it's that far away. That's a long way away, and this thing is still shaking like crazy.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Like, that camera's all the way up there. Just...
Full duration.
Crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. Do you think the first stage will just keep firing a single engine during stage separation? Yes, human person. Yeah, most likely. They'll probably shut down all the engines except the center 3. Because the idea during hot staging is that you want your first stage to have a lower TWR than your upper stage. And a partially fueled Super Heavy with even like 10 engines on is going to have a much higher thrust to weight ratio than Starship that's fully fueled with with 6 engines on, right? Or I think they plan on doing the hot staging with just the 3 vacuum Raptor engines, I think that's how they plan on doing it. That's what I've heard, so don't take that as gospel, right? So yeah, but your booster has to have some TWR because you got to keep the vehicle under acceleration while your upper stage engines are firing. For the people that don't know, this kind of cheese grater looking thing that they have up at the top is vents, because SpaceX has opted for what's called a hot staging method. Hot staging and rocket science. So you know how rockets have like a first and second stage. You separate the stage. The second stage is lighter. The idea is that you jettison fuel tanks that are empty because you need to accelerate to 17,000 miles an hour, 27,500 kph. You need to get rid of the mass that you don't need. So rockets do staging. They separate pieces, right? Now, hot staging. Now, rockets, when they usually separate, you shut down your first stage engine, and then you have some sort of separation system, like a spring-loaded bolt, right? So the bolt will pop, and then the spring expands, and it pushes the stage away. Or you have like a pneumatic push rod like SpaceX does on Falcon 9. There's 4 of them on Falcon 9, and the pneumatic push rods actually push the thing away. And then you ignite the engine. Hot staging is when you don't have anything like that, and you fire the second stage engines while the first stage engines are still going. You hot stage. So that's why that huge cheese grater looking thing, that the vents are there because they have to give the exhaust somewhere to go, right? For that split second that you're firing first and second stages while the vehicle's still attached. Now, why do you need to do this? You need to do this to keep the vehicle under acceleration. Why is that important? Well, rocket engines have fuel tanks. And if the fuel isn't at the bottom of the fuel tank, your rocket engine is not going to run correctly. Right? If you shut down all the engines and then you separate, you need to have some type of system to keep the vehicle under acceleration so you can settle all of your propellants. Because if your propellants aren't at the bottom of the rocket tank, they're going to ingest something else that's not rocket fuel inside of the tank. Don't want that. Usually, the gases, these gases that are inside of the fuel tank that get pumped into it as you drain propellant are called ullage gases. U-L-L-A-G-E. Ullage. It's another fun word to say. Ullage, 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 ullage. It's fun to say. Don't look at... You know what? You could go and judge, but it is a fun word to say. Just like stoichiometric. Stoic. Everything is stoic. Velociraptor Malloy. Alright, anyway. So... if you ingest ullage propellants into your or ullage gases into your engine, that's not propellants. Your engine will fart. All right, it'll fart and then it'll shut off or explode. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. So, with hot staging, you can keep your propellant settled because the vehicle's always under acceleration. Now, how do other rockets do it then if you're not hot staging? Well, they use those same gases and they vent some of the ullage gases. They're called ullage thrusters to put the second stage after it separates under slight acceleration just to get the propellant settled before they fire the rocket engine. Hot staging, now why would you use hot staging over just using ullage gases? You would use hot staging because it's simpler. It's way, way less complicated than phenomenon. It's way less complicated using a hot staging system in terms of like technical. All you got to do is fire the rocket engines. But engineering is always a trade-off. With the twist, it's always a trade-off. You're simplifying your separation system, but now you have to deal with rocket engines firing at your reusable first stage. You don't want them to explode. So you're trading complexity of vehicle for complexity of like mission, right? So you have a simplified separation system, but also now you have to worry about not melting your first stage on the way up. So it's always a trade-off like that. SpaceX has thought that a hot staging system, it's easier to basically put a vent in the second stage for all the rocket engines to hot stage it rather than having ullage thrusters and all these extra systems that you need, a separation mechanism, and then, an ullage vent thruster. SpaceX has thought it would be easier to hot stage than it would be to do a conventional type of staging. Sorry, Pappy. That's my fault. Blame the guy in chat. That's his fault. Air conditioner immediately. Well, Helsinki, you can see that they put a deflector in here, which is ironic. There's a flame deflector at the top of their second stage, or at the top of Super Heavy. The reason why I said second stage is because the funny thing is that their stage has a flame deflector, but their pad does not. Seriously. There's just not ullage. There's a deluge system down here. There's no deflector. It's just flat. There is a flame deflector in Starship's design. It's just not on the launch pad. It's now on the top of the first stage. That's funny to me. I don't know why. But yeah. So see the cheese grater right there? That's the vents for the gases from the engines firing in that split second when it's still attached. That's a place for the vents to go, and the deflector on the top. Elon tweet. Okay. What's the diameter of those vents? High vis here. Let me get onto X real quick. I will check out NSF stuff in a moment. Okay. Elon says that the Starship Super Heavy Booster static fire is completely successful. They did do a full duration burn as heard on the comm loop, which is pretty freaking cool. You guys, so High Vis, you want to see the size of that? SpaceX posted some pictures of when they installed the cheese grater the other day. I don't know why I call it a cheese grater. It's not really the shape of a cheese grater, but I don't know why. I get cheese grater vibes from it, okay? So you want to see how big those vents are? This picture does it pretty good justice. This is the thing we just saw static fired, by the way. Not when that dude was there. Not when that dude was there. Looks like a hamster wheel. Iceman, I might call it that from now on. Help me, Booster, I'm stuck. You see that dude just... That dude just texting on his phone. Alright. Is that an extra ring taller on the booster, or did they just re-engineer an existing one? I think that's an extra ring, Jim. That's an extra ring segment, yeah. Reminds me of your air fryer basket. That's another good one. Dang. I knew cheese grater was a weak one. But also, yeah, circular cheese graters. Hey, hasn't been invented yet, chat. You could do it. You could. You could do it. You could do it. You could invent a circular cheese grater. Yeah. If this wasn't any if this picture didn't convey scale enough, look down and look at the ladder at the very bottom of the screen. Those already exist. Well, I haven't seen them, and it's my stream. And if I haven't seen them, then they don't exist. Obviously. Strimmerman can't be wrong. Guy. I'm sure industrial cheese graters are circular. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, let's, I want to see NSF's views. Our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm doing it this way. I know it's probably making somebody mad. You know what? I want to do it this way. I want to tap the button. Let me tap the button, alright? Jeez. Relax. The clicky noise is cool, alright? Alright, okay, I'm done doing that. I got tired of that real quick. Press the button, alright. That was too far. We went too far. Light speed was too slow. We passed them! Stop this thing! We can't stop. It's too dangerous. We have to slow down first. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see. Let's see what the NSF view has in store. Headphone users. NSF's microphones tend to pick up a lot of sound. So, headphone users. Headphone users. I'm turning it all the way up. What happened to that? You missed it. Just now. That was loud. Yeah, that was loud. Yeah,
I'm gonna say right away that was close to 5 seconds, and that seemed more powerful than the last static fire.
Jawohl.
I believe we just had.
Wow. Yeah, NSF's audio was way louder. So do your headphones work now? What? 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 Mop. What? Mop. Mop. Alright. My subwoofer loved that? Good, well, it's gonna love it again. Hey, what did you do to my friend? The same thing I'm going to do to you, big boy! Back it up. Gotta turn the sound on. Yeet! Oh my god! That thing is awesome! I can watch this all day, man. Dude, holy cow. I actually noticed some stuff. We're gonna go sound off here for this one. Let me see. I actually noticed some things. Whoa. What a unit. Look, so watch the clouds right up in here. The sounds are creating pressure differences, the reverberating sound, and it's actually kind of condensing the water vapor again, the pressure waves, because they change the pressure really, really fast. You can actually see, you could see the pressure from the sound. The pressure waves from the sound are actually condensing clouds out of the atmosphere. Watch here, it'll look like rippling clouds. See it? Oh man, that's cool. Here, again. It's over on the right-hand side. Right there. Here, look. dun 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 dun. See that? You can see the ripples. Oh, that's cool, man. EJ can see the sound waves, but not the small black bits in the cloud. Which ones? The ones that's just the dirt being kicked up because there's like 33 Raptor engines being fired? The dirt that comes up over here? That dirt? Yeah, it kicked up some dust. Yeah, that kicked up some dust. I don't think there's chunks, dudes. I think that's just... I don't think that's like bits of pad or anything. That just looks like dust and dirt. Maybe a couple rocks. Now, okay, here's the thing, fellas. Let me say this before. So, Journey, yeah, it did shoot up some stuff. You're absolutely right. Now, here's the thing. I don't think that's bits of pad. It might have been some paint from something. But I will say this. You know, everybody's kind of like looking for... With Super Heavy, everybody's looking for it to shoot stuff out. Because we all saw what happened during IFT1 when it blasted a hole in the bottom of the pad. There was a crater underneath it. That was pretty awesome. I mean, using rockets to excavate dirt is actually... That's a cool idea. We should do that. I think OSHA might have something to say about it, but... Anyway, every rocket does that, dude. Every rocket kicks up dust like that. As long as it's not coming out of the flame deflector or the deluge system or maybe some paint getting scratched off, that's no big deal. As long as it's not kicking up chunks of concrete that find their way into camera vans. Chunks of concrete that are the size of an engine block, that you probably don't want that. But every rocket does kick up dust like that. Yeah, you're not gonna... The pad deluge system, sound suppressors, and even a flame trench suppressor as well is not going to completely remove the possibility of kicking up dust. No rocket does that. Did it happen yet? Oh yeah, Riv, here, check this out. Headphone users, I'm coming at you again with loud noises. Headphone users, 10 seconds.
See you on the other side.
This gets loud. I saw what you saw. Hold on. Back it up. I think I saw what you saw. That thing right there. I'm pretty sure that's a piece of fence. This thing. I'm pretty sure some of the fence that they use to make sure people don't like wander onto the launch pad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's some of the fence getting blown apart. I can even show you exactly what fence it is. It's this. I'm pretty sure that's that getting blown away. Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous. Yeah, see, the fence gets absolutely yeeted. Where's the fence? No. Oh my goodness, dude! That's bits of the fence that's right there.
I'm gonna say.
Oh my goodness! Here, let's get back over to the live view. Oh, are they moving the choppers around? Here, let me back up the NSF cast. Subcoolers look to be okay. They're definitely. Oh, yep, they're chilling down, or, well, not chilling down. They're heating up, cooling off, but not physically cooling off. Let's try and pop around to the NSF cast and see if we can see if the... Oh, nope, yep, the fence is gone. Yeah, Journey, that's what you saw. The fence got blown away. Yeah, and, yeah, some paint came off the pad. It'll buff out. It'll buff out, just a quick coat of paint, it'll be fine. Yep, the fence is no more. It has ceased to be. Pad looks okay. Looks fine to me, Clayton. Everything looks good. You have a little bit of residual coking on the pad here. That could have been some of the paint burning off, but actually, I'm not sure if it's coking or if it's paint. The paint will burn a little bit, and when it burns, it'll ablate off, right? But that also just could be some residual coking from the engine shutting off. Coking is basically carbon deposits. It's basically unburnt carbon. The rocket shoots that out. I mean, this Super Heavy does use liquid methane, right? Liquid methane has carbon in it. So when they shut the engines down, you might not get a perfect fuel mixture, especially when the engines fart, like what we said before. So you might see some residual coking. That does happen. Even an Estes rocket does that. You get some coking on the plate where the engine fires into. That's a Banksy painting. Can't paint over it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't want, like, that painting, like, in my living room over my fireplace or something. Oh, yes, that's an Elon Pollock. Yes. It's worth $11 bajillion. And it was forged in a fire pit of 15 million pounds of thrust. Yes. Hey, where's your nutcracker at? I have a nutcracker obsession. Yes, especially walnuts. Sorry, too far? Too far? Too far. Okay, cool. Too far. Just right? Alright, cool. Alright, well, that's good to know. Anyway, that's the way. Oh, yes. Walnuts and pecans. It's a lot of nuts. It's not that you want the painting, you just want the section of the pad. What's the difference? It's not my wallet. It worries me that the tower got some damage, though. That's just some paint coming off, Cosmo. I'm not too worried about that. You know why? Because even if it does chip a little bit of paint off, so first of all, the dirty secret of rockets, of launching rockets, is that every pad needs constant maintenance. Rocket engines are very abrasive. They're like sandblasting, only with fire. They sandblast things with fire. So they're abrasive. They do chip paint. They chip paint. They chip concrete. See all the holes in the concrete? That concrete looks like it's been there for a while. It's been there for less than a year. It's just been there when a rocket engine has gone off. Yeah, abrasive fire. Yeah, that's how much power we're talking about here. But if it's just chipping the paint off, you know, have a guy go and paint it. It'll take 30 seconds. Just, all right, we're good. Just like your Baldur's Gate 3 character. Wait, what?
Martin with a 10-pound super chat saying, what temp is the LOX subcooled to? If kettle cooler uses 1 bar LN2, then it must be higher than 77 Kelvin. Falcon 9 pulls vacuum on the LN2 to achieve less than 70 Kelvin. So which is at in Boca Chica? Do we know which temperature the LOX here is?
What temp is the liquid oxygen subcooled to? If kettle cooler uses 1 bar LN2, it must be less. It must be over 77 Kelvin. If Falcon 9 pulls vacuum on LN2 to achieve less than 70 K. So which is it at Boca Chica? That's a really, really, really in-depth question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that. It's not very often where I don't have an answer to a scientific question like that. Falcon 9 pulls vacuum on the LN2 to achieve below 70 Kelvin, so what is it at Boca Chica? I would assume that it's probably derived from some type of Falcon 9 system, just scaled up. The thing about scaling up things with rockets is that not everything scales linearly, so the subcoolers for Super Heavy and Starship probably are a scaled up version of the ones for Falcon, but once again, they probably look a little bit different. That's a really, 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 really like specific question.
I'm not fully sure.
Scaling is not proportional. Nothing scales
really-
linearly when you're
I'm
talking
not
about
really
rockets
Sure, I'm not.
or anything past well,
know.
right?
What temperature
I
they
don't
reach or
think it was
anything like
ever confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Max here with
I don't blame them for being like, huh?
store message on free bought product. In
The upkeep on the pad must be nuts. Clayton, it depends on how often. It depends on how often you launch. Hey, Riveran, 28-month resub. Thank you. It depends on how often you launch. So, Clayton, what they do, and I know because I've walked inside of Slick 41's flame trench with Das one time. That was fun with ULA. ULA let us do that. So, okay, Clayton, are you familiar with like if you have a concrete, like say you have a concrete walkway coming into your house, like a concrete patio or something, and it's been there for a while, and the slabs start settling, and they start settling crooked, you can re-inject, you have a re-injection system that will re-level it, and it's like some type of like industrial, like, not sealant, but it's like an industrial, I don't know if it's urethane-based foam or whatever, right? But whatever that is, that's how they use to repair that's what they use to do quick fixes on the flame trench. It's something like that. It's not exactly like that. They're not re-injecting the flame trench to get it true. It just leaves holes. It looks like the surface of the moon inside of a flame trench. Like there's just pock marks everywhere. So you take the adhesive and you smooth it over. It's not like urethane-based expanding foam. It's not like the stuff that you go buy at the hardware store. It's some industrial concrete adhesive thingamajigger. But it's kind of like if I'm understanding it right, it's kind of like that stuff that they use to re-inject concrete slabs to level them. It's kind of like that. Riveran, thanks for being an awesome streamer and covering all the space stuff. I recommend you to everybody for space-related news anytime you're doing coverage. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Looking at the NSF feed, it looks like the cameras under the platform died. Let me see. We're up to live here. Yeah, it's like it's not grout hellfish because it's like it's an industrial thing. It's not like something you get at Home Depot or something. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, sorry, now it's stuck in your head. My bad. Guys, they said full duration. If they're saying full duration during the test, they said at the end of the test, the T plus 2 seconds, they had full 6 seconds of ignition sequence and burn. I'm pretty confident they would not, just, how am I confident? I don't know. I've been watching this stuff for a good while. Like a decade. Yeah. Almost every single SpaceX launch. I've only missed maybe 20 of them at this point. And all the Starship testing and all the Starship coverage, right? I'm pretty sure if they said full duration, that means they got 33 engines. That means successful test. They wouldn't say full duration if an engine didn't do what they wanted it to do. But I could be wrong. Who knows? I've been watching from the peanut gallery for about 10 years now. But watching from the peanut gallery doesn't make you an expert on it. You know what I mean? You know why? Because it's not my rocket. If it was my rocket, I could tell you.
And also, I want to point out,
or at least enough not to abort. Well, they made it all the way. Hells and I mean, the other thing is that it looked right. It looked right to me. Between the way the steam from the deluge system propagated and the pressure waves going off there, and then that top-down shot where they showed the flames coming out, the flames looked all nice and uniform to me. I mean, they were being deflected from the deluge system, but it looked pretty uniform. Like, that's the thing. So, think like a car engine, right? Just imagine for a car engine, if you will. You can't see what the combustion chambers are doing because they're inside of the car engine. Right? You won't be able to know if something is wrong with it until you go and open it and physically look at it, right? Now with a rocket engine, instead of the combustion chamber pushing a piston up and down, right? It just shoots out the back. So what's coming out of the nozzle is basically what was happening in the combustion chamber less than a second ago, like maybe a millisecond ago, because of how fast the exhaust comes out, the exhaust velocity and the flow rate out of the throat and the nozzle, right? It's pretty fast, right? So I always say that you can tell what a rocket engine is doing. You can tell if it's nice and happy just by looking at the exhaust flames, and you pretty much can. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't use that to like troubleshoot it. Be like, oh, she's running lean. Oh, better change the fuel ratio. No, I wouldn't do that. You'd still need the telemetry. It still needs to be data driven. But you could tell if something's wrong, and you could tell if something is not going correctly just by how uniform the flame is coming out. It's pretty easy to spot. Also, if it changes color with Raptor engines, if it turns green, shut it down. Shut it down now. Because it's about to explode, because that means the engine is burning off. We know that from watching those tests. But you can usually tell. The flames coming out of that, from that top-down shot, they looked symmetrical in all directions. That's a pretty good indicator that they got all the engines to me. I mean, but once again, I'm still speculating. I'm just a Twitch streamer. I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Splagata, hi sir. I come on behalf of a certain Scott. There is a KSP round tomorrow on this. Same spirit of the one you judged some time ago. Would you like to be a part of the judges on a very silly theme? Catch me on Splagata on Discord if you're interested. Splagata, I'm working for a little while. I'm trying to go all the way to Cruise 7. Like, I don't mean to be like, no, you shoot me a message. Shoot me a message on Discord, dude, and we'll see. I might be working all the way to Cruise 7, so I might not get a lot of sleep tonight. So I maybe be able to rain check. You know, can I get your Discord name? Sure. Yeah, just join up on my Discord, and you should be able to find me in there. Just, yeah, go through on the link. Thank you. Also, fly safe. If it's green, it's already too late. Yeah. So when do I think they're going to launch? Now that they have their checklist items, I doubt launch is far away. Manly moment. So we've seen Ship 25 static fire. We've seen Booster 9 now static fire. So they got a stack. I mean, if it was me, what I would be doing right now is reviewing all the data from that static fire. Now, here's the thing. Static fire isn't a launch, obviously. If your static fire launched, something is wrong. Right? So the conditions in which this test worked correctly might not be the same conditions that get encountered during a launch. Why? Well, because you have a Starship on top. They are slightly different conditions. So I would really want to comb through this and really want to measure this against measure Booster 9 static fire against 7 just to make sure that everything is very happy down at the farty end of the booster. We don't call it, no, not flamey end. That's Tim's thing. We call it the farty end. We don't, I've never called it that before, but now I am. Now I'm going to call it that. Yeah. Anyway, I would want to look at the data on 9, and I would really want to make sure, comb through the data. Comb the data! To make sure that everything is happy. It did exactly what you expected it to do. That being said, knowing SpaceX with how fast they go, that's not going to take very long. Week, maybe 2, just to be absolutely sure. And in the meantime, I would be doing checkouts on Ship 25 to make sure that it's basically in the exact configuration that it was during static fire. And then, yeah, integration operations. Stack it, baby. Let's go. And then once it's stacked, I would want more analysis on the stacking operations as well. So when they go to stack 25, I'll bet you it's a slow stack if I had to put my money on it. But, you know, once again, I don't know. It's probably going to be a slow stack just because they haven't crowned the booster very much. How many Starships have they fully stacked? They did Ship 24 and Booster 7 2 times. right? And has ship 25 been on top of 9 yet? Yeah, it has, right? Booster 4 and ship 20. Yeah, so they've only done it a couple of times. So I would do that slow just to get good data on it to prove that you can do it faster later down the road. So probably going to see a slow stack. But the funny thing is that a slow stack versus a fast stack is like an extra hour. So relatively, it's not much more. I mean, considering that SpaceX's pad basically automatically stacks the stupid thing, which is... I still think that that's ridiculous. I mean, they have a remote control pad. The pad will put the booster together without any people there. No one's ever done that before. I don't think so. Not with the new booster height. Yeah, exactly. Dan Hewitt said they would confirm later after looking on the data of how many fired. Still no confirmation. Okay. You seem to be really hung up on that, Erudite. But, yeah. All right. Cool. So you're probably going to see a slow stack. So between reviewing the data, comparing the data, checking out the ship, and checking out the booster, propellant commodity replenishment. Redemption? Propellant commodity replenishment. 3 weeks? 2-3 weeks? Something like that. I'm guessing... I've been guessing the 3rd week of September for basically a month now. You see, Ricardo broke his hand in FP2 today. Somebody told me about it, Rojo, but I haven't seen it. Don't the stages still need to be bolted together by people? Nope. No, Van. It just lock itself in. Yeah, no people in the loop during stacking, man. I'm telling you, it's like... Dude, it's like those pads that I built in KSP, where we had the crane operated by probe cores. Confirmed broken. Lawson will drive. Okay, cool. So Elon was watching. I mean, when did we first propose doing a remote control pad like that? I don't know, like 2019 or something. I mean, building Condor launch pads goes back to like 2016. It's like the pad they built for the X-33. EJ did it first. Anyway, yeah, crazy. At some point, there will be no human interaction with most of the processes till launch. It's kind of crazy that it's like that, Storm, you know? Like Dragon, you know, like the Dragon capsule, you don't see like a flight stick and like a throttle lever, like, you know, to control the dang thing. It's just, the computer's controlling it, but you can take manual control, right, if you really need to, but it's not like you could take manual control during ascent. Have you heard that Stormworks is getting a space DLC? Yeah, I've been told about that, Zymus, and you can build launch pads. Not good. Not good for my time. Good for you guys. Not good for my time, dude. That's gonna suck. In a good way, Did they do the static fire? Yeah, Schnoid, would you like to see it? Here, check this out. This was a rumble in the jungle, dude. Headphone users. 10 seconds. Watch this. This is a replay, dudes.
T-minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full duration.
What a monster. What a monster. You gotta be kidding me, dude. What a freaking beast that thing. I can't believe it. You know, like I've said it a couple times on the stream already today, but dude, this is this is a Kerbal project that just somehow found its way into real life. Like, Super Heavy looks like something that somebody would make in Kerbal. I just added more boosters and I just made it bigger, whatever. More struts, more boosters, ha ha ha. Like, oh yeah, the pad catches it too, by the way. Like, that sounds like something somebody would do in KSP. But it exists in real life. This is just as far-fetched as the Star Raker project that we're working on in KSP right now. A freaking Hydrolox 10 SR-71 3 shuttle engine behemoth that has a C5 size cargo bay that goes into space. That's just as absurd as that, but yet this exists. It's kind of ridiculous, dude. This seems like one of the projects that you read about in a book of projects that never got off the ground, figuratively and literally. But it actually... Yet, here we are. It's mind-boggling to me. I just... Yeah, right? Neotea's Near Future mod. Yeah, Panderific, right? I mean, weren't half the SpaceX engineers educated by KSP? I can neither confirm nor deny that SpaceX engineers prototype their ideas in Kerbal. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard nothing like that. And you know what? You know what the messed up part is? It ain't just them. I've heard of applications for KSP of being able to do a quick prototype. They're like, oh, I wonder if I use this engine and angled it at this angle with this, this, and this. Like, people have used KSP to prototype general ideas. You don't use it for any like analysis, right? That would be silly. But just to demonstrate like concepts, sure. Oh yeah, I know actual rocket scientists that have done that. I can't say where they work. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for re-showing. Schnoid, I'm basically using every excuse and opportunity to show that again because I would, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd be sitting here watching this on repeat. Just It's like when you find a song and you're like, it's like your new favorite song and you just listen to it on repeat. But, you know, if somebody, like, you listen to it on repeat when you're in the gym, somebody comes out, hey, what are you listening to? Oh, I got this album on. Not just the song, the whole album, I swear. But you've been just listening to the same song over and over again for the last 15 minutes? Don't lie, you've done that. I know, dude, I do it too, all right? And yes, it's weird telling people, oh yeah, I'm just listening to this. Just that? Yep, just that. Yeah, I called you out. Yeah. Oh, I've done that. I do that. Yeah, I do that a lot, actually. It's a good song. I want to listen to it again, all right? Jeez. I've done that until I hated a song. I've done a whole day on the same track. Hey, there's a reason why those 10-hour YouTube videos exist. People watch those. You know how I know people watch those? Because people keep making them. Oh, this song for 10 hours straight. People watch that. If they didn't watch it, there wouldn't be 10-hour videos everywhere. You know? What's that? Relevant XKCD. And besides, it worked in Kerbal Space Program. Yep.
3, 2, 4.
It's a good song, Tessa.
+1, 2. Full duration.
Chendo, don't say that. Why would you say shh? Ever tried to listen to 10-hour Nyan Cat? You did for like 3 hours. You're sick. That's disgusting. Just, I need to just, what the hell's the matter with you?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Dude.
+1.
It's like power. It's like raw power. It's just raw power right there. You know, I got an adrenaline rush from listening to it. You know. Hey man, is it possible to fire the first stage and the second stage at the same time? Why do you want to fire your first stage and your second stage at the same time? Oh, because I like to party. Yes, Spligata, yeah, they did. That thing's gonna do that soon. Meanwhile, you've listened to AC/DC for 10 hours. The N1 had hot staging. I don't think they ever got to hot stage that thing, though. Unfortunate. Turns out that the plumbing for 27 engines gets to be a little complicated. Just like the plumbing for 33 gets to be a little complicated. That's a lot of water. Yeah, they have Baba Boucher engineering their water suppression systems. No, you Booster 7, you're drinking the wrong water. One of them had all staging where they started all at once. It did not end well. It must have been quite a show. I've seen that vehicle, Spligata. That was that winged thing that like shuttle-esque thing that they made in the late 50s. I remember that. I know what you're talking about. You just fire all the engines all at once. All right. Okay. The water's for sound dampening, right? Either way, that's a ton of GPM flow. Cosmic, it's there for two reasons. So that's a pad deluge system. Rockets, in like general rocket scientists talk, or general rocket nomenclature, you have two types of water systems that involve spraying water on the pad. You have pad deluge systems and you have sound suppression systems. Sound suppression systems generally are above the deck of the rocket. Now, what's the deck? For super heavy, the deck is this thing right here, the ring. Above the deck, that would be a sound suppressor. Below, where the fiery stuff goes, that's a deluge system. So that's general nomenclature. That doesn't mean you can't have a sound suppressor where the flames go. But it's a deluge system. So what does a deluge system do? Two things. Deluge systems do quench the sound a little bit. And like I said, there are water suppression systems that exist below the deck of the pad that will suppress sound. Like Atlas V's pad, Slick 41s, so Space Launch Complex 41, has a sound suppressor at the end of the flame trench. So does Pad 40, because they were both built at the same time. They're similar pads, even though they launch different rockets nowadays. What that system that SpaceX is using, they call it the pad deluge system, but it is kind of working as a sound suppressor and mostly working as a deluge system. So it is quenching the sound a little bit, but for the most part, it's trying to alleviate pressure and heat from underneath the pad. The way the water is flowing is basically trying to get the flames to go out and away so you don't get compression under here. If you get compression under there, well, you have compression force, it's going to find the weakest link and it's going to break it. When they launched Starship, the first Starship launch, the IFT-1 mission with Booster 7, Booster 7 created compression underneath here, and that crazy compression force, the pneumatic compression force, found its way into the concrete and broke it. And then they ended up with a crater underneath the pad. So the deluge system shoots the water out, and basically it's trying to get the pressure to go out and away from the pad. But the water also does absorb steam. I mean, it does absorb steam, sorry. Hey, basic physics, man. Think, McFly, think. The water absorbs the heat and it becomes steam. That's what I was trying to say. My brain was working too fast for my mouth. So if you can actually see that going on with SpaceX's camera here, when they have the camera that's looking down at the pad. The water flow is designed to get the pressure away and alleviate pressure underneath it. But the water also turns to steam because it absorbs the heat from under there too. What happened to MSC last night? Crew 7 scrubbed, so I didn't play it. Why don't you make like a tree chat and get out of here? Okay. So you can see after the engines flame out, dude, after they shut them off, the water ceases to... It looks like the water jet kind of stops momentarily, but it's just... See, it stopped, and then it looks like it turns back on right there. It's not that it turned off, it's just most of the water coming out of there was immediately getting evaporated into steam. Water is an insanely good heat sink. It's very good at absorbing heat. And when it does, it turns into steam. That's why most power plants, despite... No matter what is being used to heat up that water, nuclear, coal, fossil fuel, whatever, right? They all use steam to spin a turbine because water's insanely good at doing that. It's really good at absorbing heat. You can get really good energy transfer with that. That's what that's called. Long story short, thermodynamics is like playing Tetris. You never really beat it. You just get better at it, but you always end up losing. Yeah, it's like playing Tetris. It's a good game. Yeah, so it's for sound and pressure. It was sound a little bit, mostly pressure, mostly thermal. Cosmic, that's what I do. I'm a STEM streamer. I teach people about space and science and mechanics and stuff. Yeah, I use Kerbal Space Program and a bunch of other games that are engineering-based sandbox games to teach people about this stuff. It's fun, isn't it? I think it's really cool. Rockets are awesome. But I'm fairly confident that I've boiled down my love for rockets just to, I want to go fast. I like things that go fast. Rockets, race cars, trains, boats. Yeah. Whatever. A little bit of introspection never hurt anybody. I feel the need for speed. Yeah, that's right. It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, it's like flames like raw power. I just want to watch it again. I'm sorry. I just want to watch it again. We should probably go play Kerbal, huh? But I just want to sit here and look at it. Can't stop staring at it. I stared into the trap, Ray. I looked at the trap, Ray. We came, we saw, we static fired. The pad is still standing. Cross the streams. Wait. Skydiver, you said crossing the streams was bad. See, the streams are going in all different directions. See what I'm talking? You said crossing the streams was bad. He slimed me.
Booster 9.
Yeah, I want to go fast, Cosmic. Yep, I want to go fast. Remember, chat, that famous quote from Eleanor Roosevelt in 1936. America is about speed. Hot, nasty, badass speed. It's a famous quote. Yeah, it's a famous quote. It shows that starts Talladega Nights. They made it up? No, I don't think so.
Over at
No, that was a real quote.
We did hear the call out of full duration. At this point, the teams can start going through the data.
What was the first thing you ever explained on stream? Probably how to get into orbit in KSP. Oh, Thomas, I like that. Yeah, just all right, cool. Decent. Yep. All right, guys. Not true. It was your name. You don't know, man. You weren't there. All right. Yeah, see these tanks over here? Nitrogen. That's gaseous nitrogen, GN2. And then you have water tanks here. Long story short, nitrogen shoots into water tanks, pressurizes water tank. Water tanks go into this distribution system with a check valve right there. The gaseous nitrogen gets shot out with some water out of the check valve, and the water goes into the deluge system over here. That's how they get the water to shoot out. All they're doing is just opening the taps on those pressurized nitrogen tanks. Hey, AstroConnect, test fire went very well, I gather. You know what? We'll watch it one last time just because, I want to watch it again. I've been watching the same static fire for the last 3 hours, and that is in no way sad. It's a little sad. All right. For the last time before we switch over to KSP, headphone users. Headphone users.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Headphone users.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
T-minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. +1, 2. Full duration.
5, booster 9, status.
How's that? How's that? That's Sochi, first time seeing it for you. That thing, dude, it's a monster. I could sit here and talk about it all day and kind of want to, but I want to work on Star Raker as well. How many engines? We haven't had official confirmation, Fionkin, but it that looks like 33. Now, per what the SpaceX, the host of the SpaceX cast, who's actually legendary NASA commentator Dan Hewitt, what Dan said is that they're firing the engines, and that was 50%. So that was 50%. 50% on 33 engines is what they were going for. I have a theory, and my theory is basically that they can't fire all 33 engines at 100% power with no Starship on top. Something breaks if you do that. I just a theory, though. I don't know for sure. How do they offload the leftover liquid oxygen? Ramsey, they open up the ullage vents on Super Heavy and they just let it boil off. You could try to pump some of it back into the system, but reversing the flow of cryogenic propellants like that is kind of difficult. Detanking usually just means venting it off. Now, with the methane, they have the scavenging system, but that's a gas, that's designed to scavenge gas. Right? So the methane will boil off, turn to gas, and then it'll scavenge it back. The liquid oxygen, because you don't necessarily need a scavenging system, you just let it boil off. No one's gonna balk at you for venting oxygen into the atmosphere. Yeah, Astro, I think it was all engines. Yeah. It looked like all engines to me. We did cover it in some detail here. I've watched the footage a lot. So I see 3 distinct pressure waves coming out off of the booster. I pointed out right at the beginning here. Well, this is the last analysis. This is the quick one. I pointed out here that we go ahead a little ways. So right at T-2, you see pressure wave. See the pressure wave shift? That's initial ignition. So that tells me that that's the sequence for either the center engines, the mid ring, or the outer ring. And then, again, there's the second one right there. You see it shake and see everything light up? That's another ring. And then there was another flash right there. You can see it. You can see it, the reflection of that flash on the tank right there. See that? See it light up? 3 ignition. That last flash happened right at T0. So that means outer ring, inner ring, center 3, or whatever their ignition sequence is. So that tells me that they got all 3 rings, and then the commentator announced full duration burn at T+2. So it was a 6-second sequence of events, right? 4 of the seconds was lighting the ignition sequence, and then all the engines were performing for 2 seconds and then shut down. Is that cryo, spin prime. Hey, Adrian, what's up, dude? I think we got all the ignitions there. I'm pretty sure that was 33, but I couldn't say for sure. Adrian, what's going on, dude? How are you? Always enjoy the commentary, mein Freund. I'd go from the inside to out. Yeah, Tessa, it's probably 1, 2, 3, outer, center ring, outer ring, but I don't know for sure. Adrian might know. I'm doing great. It has been a cool event. Yeah, I agree. For sure, 30 plus. I mean, it was a monster. Adrian, did you see, so on SpaceX's view, you remember when Artemis 1 launched and we saw the pressure wave come out of the flame trench and it condensed the vapor in the atmosphere? That happened. You can see it right here. And this happened during the day, which is just goes to show you how much power we're talking about here. It's 4 segments that they ignite the Raptors, right on. So see, that initial, you see, basically the pressure wave gives you, from the, what's called an overpressure event. The overpressure happens right when the rocket engine turns on. You get a crazy pressure wave, a shock wave, kind of like an explosion, right? The explosion, you got your big pressure wave coming out the sides, right? Because that's all a rocket engine really is, guys. It's just an explosion that just gets shot through a funnel. It's pretty much what it is. It's just an explosion that just keeps going. That's why rocket engines sound like a perpetual explosion. Funny how that works. When the engines turn on, you get an overpressure event, and that overpressure, that shock wave propagating out, actually, because it goes from kind of ambient pressure to high pressure to low pressure really, really quick, right? You get condensation. It condenses the vapor right out of the humidity right out of the atmosphere, and you see it happen up the side of the booster, right at ignition. So see how the clouds appear to get thicker? It looks like they got thicker for a second and then contracted. That's exactly what happened. It's really freaking cool. It's freaking nuts, man. Right up the center, you see the shock wave right there. Ready? Now. Zoop. That's freaking sick, dude. Oh, man. Dude, that thing left a shockwave during the day. You know how much power you need to do that? I mean, SLS did it at night, and SLS makes it similar amounts of power here, but SLS was at night, so it was really easy to see. This thing did it during freaking middle of the day. You know how hardcore that pressure wave needs to be to do that? That's ridiculous. Yeah, the plume, exactly. You could see the sound waves are doing the same thing. The sound waves are making shifts in pressure like a bass speaker, right? You have the bass, you have the bass bumping, right? The bass is bumping here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Watch the clouds in and around the flame trench. They'll look like they're flashing. That's the sound doing the same thing. See? Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. It's just making it rain from sound. Whatever. That's fine. Just condensing water out of the atmosphere with sound, as one does. I really want to see NSF get a slow-mo camera during one of these. Oh, you might be in for a treat. You might be in for a little treat then. Adrian, I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing. Yeah, Bryn, they static fired. I'm just waiting for the tweet to appear here. My guy. I don't know what you're talking about. Das isn't even there. What's there? It's gonna be some. Das isn't even there. He's in Florida. We had where is it? Yeah, here we go. It's right behind me, isn't it? Yep. Yep. I can hear it. It's right behind me, isn't it? Oh, boy. Das seems excited. I mean, Aeronord, it's not every day you get to see a rocket roll out in person. That's pretty cool. When is the launch? Oh, Crew 7? Drummer, it's tomorrow morning for you. Yeah, tomorrow morning. Crew 7 is slated for a 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time launch. I'm going to be here pretty much for all of that. Yeah, I'm going to be here pretty much for all that. I might need to take a break. Dude, it's a long stream. Is there a possible date for a Starship launch test? Smoked, if I had to guess, it would probably... I'm been guessing third week in September for pretty much a month now. Yeah, third week of September. And that seems... it's trending in that direction. Break, wuss. Drummer, we need to switch to next space flight. September 8th net based off of the Not Mars. That's right. Yeah. We got the notice to marine traffics. That it's no earlier than the 8th. Now, Adrian, while we were over here, while you were over there on your end, I was over here. I was just kind of thinking about it. Like,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
what I'd be doing is I would be checking Booster 9's data, just like Dan Hewitt was saying on the cast. I would be checking the data, and I would be checking the data to make sure it's what you expected, but I would also cross-check it against Booster 7, against the Booster 7 static fires. So, now, SpaceX does move pretty quick. I would say give them a week or two just to do that. And if I had to guess, throw my hat into the ring, you're not going to stack Starship while you're still assessing data from Booster 7 or Booster 9 and comparing it to Booster 7. You're not going to do that. Why would you do that? Because if you find a problem with Booster 9 and you have to static fire it again, you don't want to do that when Starship's on top of it. You don't want to risk the upper stage, right? If there's a problem that you're trying to figure out. So if it's going to take about a week and a half to review that data, right, I would say that we should probably see stacking sometime around the 8th, sometime around the net. And, if we see stacking then, they're probably going to want to slow stack because of the hot stage ring. They're going to need to do dynamic analysis on it to make sure that the ring doesn't get crushed under the weight of Starship. So we might see some fueling tests there. We might see cryo tests to make sure to test the hot staging ring for load. If I had to, that's what I would do. You don't know what that thing's going to do. I mean, they tested it at Massey's and it seemed to pass, but you'd want to validate those test results with a full Starship to make sure that your load was on par, right? To make sure that it works. So we do have a lot. It's not just, oh, they static fired 25, they static fired 9, we're good to go, stack them and send it. I mean, even though it's kind of what they did with the last Starship. That didn't end well though. Yeah, remember that one? So I would say third week in September if I had to guess. They already lowered the chopsticks for potential stacking. They are no longer in launch position. And realistically, we're talking mid-September, late September. Yep. Yeah. Dude, they already lowered the chopsticks? You gotta be kidding me. Really? This is nuts. It's crazy how fast they go. I can't keep up. Freaking can't keep up with it, dude. Panderific, I'm not a structural engineer, but the hot stage ring looks just as sturdy as the normal rings. Panderific, it's actually probably stronger. It has holes in it. It's probably stronger, if I had to guess. They got their space news thingamajigger going. I see what you guys did. That's cool. It was on the screen on the NSF cast. Yeah. Yeah, boy. The hot stage ring is also heavily reinforced. Well, okay, so I have the picture of the ring up close. I teed it up here. So there is tons of structural reinforcement in this thing, especially around the hold downs. We already knew those hold downs were strong because of the IFT when Starship decided to just do a flip in space. Right? Or close to space. But you can see that they have triangulation on this. Also, if I'm looking at this right, these holes are dimpled. So the edge is beveled. You see how that could just be a grinding mark from when they cut it. But it looks like they got slight curve inward. And if they're dimpled, if they're a dimpled dyed hole, this thing is, I guarantee you, it's way stronger than any plate. The reason why is because if you have a flat surface, right, and you put something on it, it's going to bend. But if you have a flat surface that's curved like this, and you try to put something on it, it's not going to bend as much. The reason why is because more of the surface area of that plate is basically not tangent to gravity, right? So if you have a beveled plate like this, it's not going to warp. It's insusceptible to warping and stuff, so it's not going to bend. Because it's bent inward. Those look dimpled to me, and if they're dimpled, I guarantee you this is way stronger than just a straight ring segment. Way stronger. Engine section purge is occurring. Yep. And right as I posted, the purge stop. Yep. It's the same reason. Yeah, exactly. You have to add, if you have some curvature in your design, that's why, like the Parthenon, for instance, in ancient Greece, right? The Parthenon is still standing because it's using cylinders. The rocket's cylindric, which is one of the strongest forms of load-bearing support. And then there's arches, not necessarily on the Parthenon. That's more Roman, but you get the idea. Like, let's take the Roman viaducts, for instance. Those are still standing. They're 2,000 years old. But they're standing because it's an arch design. Very, very strong. Okay, Chinese food has arrived. Entertain me. Get to building Star Raker. Yeah. Any predictions on how far the next one will go? I'm thinking, dude, if they get past staging, I would call that a complete success. How far, in terms of how far I think it'll make it. I think SpaceX will make it. The fact that they got basically almost to staging on the first try with this rocket is unreal. That's why arches stand the test of time. Point in case, our cathedrals in the UK. Amen to that, dude. Amen to that. I'm not worried about its structural stability. But yeah, I mean, Adrian, analysis without numbers is just an opinion, right? So, they load tested it at Massey's, right? And now stack a Starship on it to make sure that the loads indicated from a fully fueled Starship are similar to the loads that were tested at Massey's, which are similar to the initial math that you came up with. You have to take and Adrian, I know you know this. This is for everybody else. You have to take your analytical data. So the first thing you do with rocket science stuff, do the math first, and then test it. And then your test isn't so much to learn something, unless you're trying to learn something, but your testing should correlate what your math. Basically, the math checks out, because if you did the math right, the physical test should do exactly what the math says. If it doesn't, well, you have a discrepancy now, and you have to figure out why that happened. I like to say with tests, you ideally don't want to, with testing rockets. Now, keep in mind, SpaceX is kind of the exception to this, but I can guarantee you the ring was tested this way from what we've seen, right? You don't really want to learn anything new during a test, i.e., if you go to test it and it blows up and you weren't expecting it to blow up, that means your analysis wasn't good enough. Now, SpaceX tends to be a little bit less risk adverse when it comes to their testing. They do some basic formulaic analysis, right? But then they build the thing and then they send it, and if it does something you don't want, well, they adjust the math kind of after the fact. That they come up with a new analysis and do it again. It's iterative design. Iterative design is way more expensive, but you do go faster with iterative design because it's easier to just build another one than to try and pick through the pieces of the one that failed. So SpaceX probably does some initial analysis on this design, right, with computers, doing the math out, etc., right? And then they probably crunched it at Massey's, and if it was good enough to the math, now you test it against Starship. If the math is close enough to what you tested at when you did the load test on it, to what you tested with a fully fueled Starship, then you're good to go. But if you find a discrepancy in there, well, maybe they won't send it. Basically what I'm trying to say, guys, is that there's a little bit more testing involved here than, okay, static fire both of them, stack them and send it. There's a little more involved here. You have to, they have new components on the rocket. When you have new components, you got to test them. You got to make sure they work, because you don't want to potentially take away from the potential for success from your mission. But where that line falls is what's called risk aversion. SpaceX tends to be less risk adverse, which means they're more likely to send it than you might think. But they're sending it, and then they're sending it with some pretty good analysis and testing to back it up very quickly, right? And then they're sending it just because you can. Sending it just because you can is basically there's too many unknowns, and you put the rocket into a failure mode, it blows up. You don't really learn much from that, right? I mean, you're going to learn something. You're going to learn how not to use it, right? But that's at odds with what your testing criteria was. If you're testing a rocket and you fly it and exploding it isn't one of your planned test results, you got a little bit of a problem. You got a little bit of a problem now, don't you think? The fact that they stack it indicated to me that it hit its performance goal, so that makes you very confident. Yeah, I agree. Yep. The only thing they could not test was the protection of the booster against the engine. That's the kicker. There's send it, and then there's YOLO. Yeah, right? Send it when you can, like blowing up a pad. Yeah, exactly, Iceman. SpaceX has showed that they are less risk adverse to anybody else because they were willing to risk their pad for the first flight test, for the flight test data. The idea is that you get flight data, but now you have to repair the pad. But you got flight data. That's important. Flight data is the most precious data you can have. That is the best stuff. Why? Because flight test data is the closest thing you're going to get to operational missions without actually doing an operational mission. It also is the most expensive, but it gives you the best data. It gives you the best opportunities to learn. Now, NASA is a little more risk adverse. NASA will do all the math out, cross all the T's, dot all the I's by the book. So what I'm trying to tell you is SpaceX is like Maverick, all right? And NASA is like Iceman. Or in the newer one, Hangman. You know what I'm saying? That's right, Rooster. I am good. Real good. The ESA is way too slow. I don't know what they're doing over there, dude. What about the Twinkie? Tell them about the Twinkie. That's a big Twinkie. It's likely they tested at Massey's for 154, so I doubt they'll see anything during the stack. Yeah, Blue, there shouldn't be any surprises, but you're not going to know until you actually do it. And I don't think that they would just tank the booster and send it. You know what I mean? I would do a tanking test. Do a cryo test for the whole stack with the hot staging ring to get good analysis on how this thing is going to work during a chill down phase. Adrian, I don't know if you're still here, dude, but I was thinking, you bring up a very good point. Hot staging. Do you think they'd static fire hot stage it? I don't know, man. That seems like something that SpaceX... That seems like something that a rocket company wouldn't do, just because that's really, really sketchy. But also, I wouldn't throw it past SpaceX having the gall to do something like that. Way too risky with the quick disconnect right to it. Right next to it. I mean, they could move it out of the way. But yeah, I kind of agree. There's really no way to test that hot staging except for go and do it, right? Like, there's no way to test and mimic those flight conditions that I can think of. I mean... Give me some time. We'll come up with a Rube Goldberg machine and figure it out. But you might. Yeah, that's what I mean. You just at some point you're just going to have to send it. So what is Zach saying here? My boy right here. What's he up to? During the static fire test today, SpaceX has been dialing in the time between Starship. Between the startup of the bidet system, he called it the bidet system, before the startup of the pad delusion booster ignition. In the August 6th test, it was approximately 6.5 seconds before ignition. Today's test was reduced down to 4. Ignition also occurred about 1.5 seconds sooner after the values on the weir pipe were closed. In other words, ignition occurs 0.5 seconds after max flow rate is reached instead of 2 seconds. This aligns much better with the predictions I made in the most recent deep dive. My guy, dude. Zach's a freaking legend. Always learn something from that dude. If you're going to risk your first stage test fire, you might as well do it while getting flight data. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's right. I was playing devil's advocate there for a second. Plume expansion would be super different. Yep. Yeah, for real. For real. Technically, they could add the hot stage ring under the ship and static fire from the suborbital pad. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Interesting. But for that, they would need to change the quick disconnect on the suborbitals. That's right. Yeah. Not out of the realm of possibility, but that doesn't really jive in my mind with how SpaceX does things. I mean, it might, but they wouldn't test it. They wouldn't change the entire umbilical on one of the suborbital pads for one test. But we say that, but I'll also say that I wouldn't throw it past them if they did, but I don't think they will. I think they're going to pine right for flight test data. I think that's the right answer. Hey, Lig, 66 months. How's the house doing, dude? Do they have ways to measure the structural load in flight? Yeah, of course, Van. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, Van, on developmental stuff, so I guarantee you that SpaceX's boosters, because they're all developmental at this point, right? Nothing is finalized. The whole design is in flux, which is funny. You should opt for more instrumentation over less for developmental flight. So there are sensors in the aerospace industry called DFI sensors, developmental flight instrumentation sensors. DFI sensors are there in redundancy to the OFI sensors during a test to verify that your sensor data is correct. Think about if a car had 2 mass airflow sensors, like 2 of them in line. One of them is telling the computer what to do, right? Telling the ECU what to do on a car, right? And the other one is there just to make sure that the first one is right. Rockets are oftentimes double or even triple instrumented for this reason. So they absolutely they'll probably have some type of deflection indicator in there, like I don't know, a flight version of what you'd see on like a building when a building is settling in. 66 months, 666 viewers. Any expectation on the next liftoff? 3rd week of September is what I'm saying. That's if all the testing regimes that we've been talking about here go correctly. Yeah, Glex, maybe. I mean, teaching the sequencer to learn is one of SpaceX's biggest hallmarks, guys. Falcon 9's the software governing behind Falcon 9 is so insane, dude. It's so ridiculous. The Falcon 9, after every flight, the flight computers, the flight data gets recorded, and SpaceX's computers basically have like on SpaceX's mainframe at their headquarters, they have a Falcon 9 computer. There's a flight computer somehow it's probably on a virtual machine or something, if I had to guess. I don't know. IT guys, you tell me. So they have like a master Falcon 9 computer, and after every Falcon 9 flight, that data, the telemetry data, gets uploaded to their computer. And that computer checks the telemetry of that Falcon flight against the entire database of Falcon 9 flights, which is like plus 200 at this point. It checks it against the entire database of Falcon 9 flights, and it's looking for problems. And if that master Falcon 9 computer finds a problem, it sends an email to a technician. It's wild stuff, dude. Wild. They have a master Falcon 9 repository of information, and the data automatically from every flight gets cross-checked against the master set, which is... It's like having RAID drives, but on steroids. 250 missions, 249 launches, 248 orbital launches. Yeah. Adrian, I don't know if you knew that. They cross-check against every Falcon 9 flight. And simultaneously, they use that to expand Falcon 9's flight envelope. Like, when we watch Falcon 9 coverage here, I'm watching the first stage trajectory to see if SpaceX did a trajectory optimization. You can figure out if they did a trajectory optimization by comparing Starlink to Starlink and looking at first stage apogee. If first stage apogee is different, obviously they're trying a different trajectory, right? Like some Starlink missions, we saw 135 kilometer apogee. Other Starlink missions, we saw 170 kilometer apogee. Obviously, that's differential trajectory, but it's not in that particular case, it might not be a trajectory optimization. It could just be a polar launch versus a equatorial, like launching from Vandenberg versus the Cape. But if you compare 1-to-1 on rockets we know that are flying the same trajectory, they do screw with it from time to time. They do change things. I didn't know that, and I'm glad I do now because it seems so logical. Yeah, AMD. Yeah, Adrian, that is right from... That's not like something I heard from a guy. Bill Gerstenmaier, who's SpaceX's director of launch operations, he replaced Hans Koenigsmann. Bill Gerstenmaier is a 30-year shuttle veteran, so he knows something about flying the same launch vehicle a lot, right? There was an interview, I think, that he did with Business Insider where he explained all this, how it all works, how they're cross-checking against every Falcon 9 flight, and how they don't use AI, they use algorithms to check against one or the other. But this is right from him. This is right from SpaceX's director of launch operations, which is how I know it's good information. Gerst wouldn't make that up. He's Gerst. Wouldn't make that up. He ran NASA's Human Spaceflight Division for a long time. You know. Yeah, it's wild stuff, dude. So yeah, we know that one's cross-checked against the other, and we know they use that to expand Falcon 9's envelope. Basically, if they try a new trajectory, and it cross-checks it against all the other trajectories and the other telemetries, right? And it says, oh yeah, that trajectory was fine, then you know it's good. Crazy, right? It's nuts, dude. It's nuts. Like, what they do is so much more than just landing rockets. It's pretty wild. Yep. Also helps them validate their in-house simulation software. Yeah, exactly, Phil. Where do you think Tesla got the idea for autopilot checking against the Dojo computers? Where do you think? I bet you that idea got lifted from SpaceX. Hello, can you explain how the landing footage on Chandrayaan-3 was made? I haven't actually seen actual footage of it, Taz. A lot of, if you're talking about like actually during the landing coverage, the animations that they have, a lot of the animations are basically animating, the rules for governing the animation is based off of the telemetry, the real-time numbers that they're getting from the vehicle as it's going down. So the animation, it's called the telemetry-driven animation. I know, very creative name, right? It is animation that's driven by the rocket's telemetry or the lander's telemetry being downloaded in real time. Telemetry-driven animation. I know, weird. So it's not just a clever name. So the animations are basically governed right by the telemetry. So that's basically an exact representation of what the vehicle is doing. Now, in terms of onboards, we didn't get a live onboard shot. The onboard shot was coming in frame by frame, but the frame by frame was like, I don't know, maybe 10 frames a second, 9 frames a second. So it looked like it was taking a snapshot every like half second or every couple of seconds or something, or every 10. Jack has tweeted. So it was all animation based off of sensory data. Yeah, telemetry-driven animations. Yeah, that happened. A lot of aerospace companies use that. It's great visualization, and it's good for showing people what the thing is doing if you don't have an onboard system. All right. Let's see what Jack's up to here. So this is coming from Jack and, oh boy, our friend S-Master, Mr. Jeep himself. All right, I'm going to move over here so we can see that nice NSF watermark with Jack and Sean here. All right, what do we got from them? Ooh, slow-mo. Countryman Jeepless, yeah. Moment is so sick. Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Adrian, did you see the pieces of fence? It was on SpaceX's cast. These are pieces of fence and look at the chaos. It's freaking chaos. Oh my goodness. We saw a piece of the fence fly like probably a good 200-300 meters away. The fence got destroyed, man. Every time. That poor fence. The fence is just like, hey guys, I'm here. Stay. Oh, you know. So this is slow-mo footage from Jack. It's that tarp on the bottom of the fence. Yeah, it got some distance, man. Nice distance. Yeah, see, it just comes out of the blue here. Or the red or orange. It's orange. It wasn't defensive enough. Pythos, I find your comment very offensive. Okay. Oh, that's so good. They ain't renting that fence anymore. We joked about it on stream if the fence would survive this time. Turns out, no. Nope. Look, you can actually see some of the fence start to fall over. Ready? Watch right there. Yeet! It just starts to move forward and then it gets engulfed. Let me see. This is, so once again, guys, this is coming from Jack and S-Master here. Adrian, did S-Master tell you that I took his truck apart in my garage and put it back together so he could make it down to Boca? Did he ever tell any of you guys that? I had it in pieces in my shop. I don't think he ever told you guys that. I took that red Jeep apart in my garage and fixed a bunch of things. Still more things wrong, though. I told S I would make his Jeep a meme. I'm not kidding. Oh, That's so good. Hold on, I gotta back it up. This Jack Beyer person must have some sick optics on his camera. Jack is pretty good at the whole camera thing. Jeep is still holding up. The parts that I worked on are still working, all right? The parts that I fixed are still working. It's just everything else that I ran out of time with. The flex plate is still intact. Dude, I had the transmission, the drive shafts, the transfer case. I had that all in pieces. I didn't take apart the transmission. I had that all out of the car. I had to fix the flex plate. Anyway. It's like the nuke scene at the start of Terminator 2. Yeah, right? So, interesting, guys. Watch the overpressure event. So, once again, when the rocket engines all turn on, it makes a crazy amount of high pressure underneath the pad. Right? And when that happens, see? You get a big pressure wave. That pressure wave is what I was talking about. The pressure wave, because it goes from ambient pressure to super high pressure to super low pressure really, really fast, right? It'll condense the water vapor out of the atmosphere, or the humidity out of the atmosphere. It'll condense it. You see, if you look up in the top left, it's really easy to spot the pressure wave right there because it's literally ripping water out of the air. See the shock wave up there? Top left. Oh, Jack's footage is so good for this. You can see the pressure wave permeate through the splash from the deluge system. Watch right here. The color will change. Whoop. Want another Jeep? Wait, don't answer that? Yeah, I do. Oh, that's wild, man. So, that's crazy. I'm sorry, I could just sit here and watch this all day. Every time I put it back and forth, I always see something different. So, the crazy thing is that right after point of ignition, all the rocket engines firing are forcing so much gas down the bottom, it pulls air down with it. I think what's that called? Magnus effect? Coanda, maybe? It's one of those aerodynamic thingamajiggers. It basically creates a vacuum. So you see all the frost on the booster actually get pushed up, and then it gets sucked right back down from the vacuum that the rocket engines make. Up, right back down. See all the frost and all the ice getting pulled off of the booster? You're actually creating a giant Venturi in the around the OLM. Mine is in significantly better shape, very little electrical issues. How much you want for it? Reminds you of a Taco Bell visit. It is methane. And all this right here is the rocket engine flames getting shot into that water jet. What it does is the momentum that the water is carrying, when the rocket flames hit it, the water it evaporates basically because it's absorbing all that heat and turns to steam. And because the water is being shot out yesterday, it actually pulls the pressure out from underneath the pad. Basically makes it so you don't make a crater underneath there, which we know happens if you don't have that. Damn, that's cool. Is it possible to have the camera like 20 meters high so the deluge does not occlude the engines turning on? Oh no, not selling. You just said want another Jeep. Oh. Lame. So do pad destruction issues persist on Mars? So what are we talking about here, Iceman? Are we talking about if we could just take like a Starship and put it on Mars right now, fully fueled, and then light the engines? What would happen? Like, is that what we're talking about here? Because if that's what we're talking about here, well, I mean, there's no flame deflector and there's no deluge system. So now you're going to be kicking up dirt. Will it leave a crater if there's an unprepared surface underneath it? Yep, absolutely. Sure. The pressure coming out of those rocket engines and the heat coming out of those rocket engines just because it's on Mars, it doesn't mean that the rocket engines operate at a different temperature. If anything, on Mars, the flames will be hotter. Anybody know why? Why would the flames be hotter on a rocket exhaust on Mars? Why would the rocket engine be at a higher operating temperature? Anyone? Less air. That's right. There's no atmosphere on Mars, and the atmosphere that is there is very, 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 very little. On Earth, Ice, you have the atmosphere to do what's called convect. It convects some of the air. Basically, the air passing over something that's hot, the air will absorb some of that heat and it'll keep going. And if you flow more air over something, right, more air will absorb more heat. That's not a thing on Mars. Mars's atmosphere is probably about like 1 to 2% of Earth's atmosphere in terms of density, and it's made out of different gases too. Well, not totally different gases. Mars is like a little bit of nitrogen, mostly CO2, and maybe a little bit of oxygen, maybe a little. Because you have less convection, you can't shed your heat as fast. So no convection, right? So could you use conduction, like a heat sink on it? Well, sure. But once that heat sink hits critical mass, you're basically screwed. Now, could you use radiation? Yeah, you could radiate. You could have a radiative exhaust. Sure, absolutely. You'd need a nozzle that works like the Merlin vacuum nozzle. The Merlin vacuum nozzle lights up. It lights up during, like you've watched Falcon 9 before, it lights up during ignition and it stays nice and hot. That's actually how it stays cool. It's radiating. It's radiating light. It's using light to keep itself cool. Basically, the glowing is the cooling system using radiation, which is smart, really smart stuff. You could make a nozzle out of something like that, and that would help. But yeah, getting rid of all that heat would be it's very difficult. This is the same case for the lunar, for Starship HLS. Keeping the engines cool is very, very tough to do. Now, don't get me wrong, like you have cryogenic propellants with Starships, so that probably would keep that under control, but you never know. Now you have to worry about another problem. And that problem here is exactly what we see right around here. Ice, look, see all this crap? You're gonna do that on Mars. The dirt is still there, it's still beneath you, right? You're going to shoot up a lot of dirt, so you're going to leave a crater. You're going to leave a big crater. You don't have any water either, and you're not that far off the ground that Super Heavy is in that static fire shot. So how do you deal with all that under there? If you kick up a rock and it hits one of your nozzles, well, guess what? You're not leaving Mars. You'll do the exact same thing that the IFT mission did. So, long story short, to answer your question, physics doesn't change. The laws of physics don't change. You still, at the end of the day, have a rocket engine that shoots out insane amounts of pressure and insane amounts of heat. On Mars, it's harder to get them to operate. It's more difficult. Yeah, it makes Starship on Mars seem impossible. There are ways around it. A prepared surface, for instance. A prepared surface. Make something like Falcon 9's landing pads. That'll work. You just don't fire all your rocket engines into it. Fire one or two, get off the ground, and then air start the other ones. There's ways around it. It's not an insurmountable problem, dude. That's what I'm getting at. Neither is landing on the moon. I can't change the laws of physics, mate. Yep. Anyway, this is great. This is awesome footage from Jack and Sean. don't need the booster to launch from Mars, though, so we don't have to deal with nearly as much thrust pressure energy. Well, the question, Iceman's question was about Starship, so that's the context of the question. I use Super Heavy as an example here because that's the footage I have up. Drop a pod like a Mars rover, just on a larger scale. Yeah, you might be able to do something like that. Why are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Just go, sir. You better buckle up. Got up at 6 a.m. to set up the shot. Drove all the way to the pad only to realize I forgot the camera and had to drive back. So worth it, though. What do you think? I think you done good here. I think you done good here, bud. Buckle this! Ludicrous thrust! Go! That's crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. Alright. I think that's gonna do her. That's gonna do her. Whew. In this context, I read Starship as including Super Heavy in this case, as the conversation is focusing on the impact of static fire. Or static fire is Super Heavy right now, not Starship. Okay. Well, we're not launching Super Heavy off Mars. That'd be cool, though. I'm not gonna say I don't want that. That's the compressed version. We are uploading the full 4K original file from the camera right now. Okay. Cool. Okay, but what if we did? Actually, Zay, I'm pretty sure because Mars has about 1/3 the gravity of Earth, I'm pretty sure that you don't need Super Heavy. Starship can absolutely single stage to orbit itself with a useful payload on Mars. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then the moon, don't even get me started. Yeah, easy. Super Heavy on Mars would get you to Saturn. Yeah, that's like, that's a lot. That's like launching a Saturn V off the surface of the moon. That's, you don't need that. You don't need that much. And I mean, unless you do. Single stage to Mars orbit. Stmo. Alright. Okay, but what if we just did it, though? I mean, I'm not going to say don't. Right? Ah, cool, W. Neat. But if you landed Starship on Mars to build an OLM and catch tower there, imagine what Super Heavy could lift once operating there. I mean, once again, Oculus, I'm going to say, you know, what do you need to lift off of the surface that would require a Super Heavy booster? But on the other hand, I'm not going to say that I don't want that either. You know, like, I would, yeah, I'd pay to see that, sure. Your mom? Oh, no, your mom. Wrecked. I mean, you need a lot of Super Heavies for that. Also, Thomas, my mother's watching this stream right now. Just thought I'd let you know. Seriously. So, have fun with that. Imagine sending a Voyager with that. Yep. As if I didn't know that already. Oh. Anyway. Alrighty. I am going to take 5. I need to go get a drink. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. A lot of talking. Does my mother want to go to Mars? Nah, no. She does like space, though. Yeah. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. I will smash your face into a car windshield and then take your mother, Dorothy Mantooth, out for a nice seafood dinner and never call her again. Anyway. Thanks for the stream. I DM'd you about tomorrow evening on the stream. You tell me. Okay. You getting Red Bull or coffee? Yes. Red Bull. Red Bull. Really like Red Bull. Red Bull. Red Bull. Okay. Anyway, this sounds like the Microsoft pinball machine. Adrian, you still here? Would it be cool if I showed the spaceflight update, the NSF spaceflight update on the stream? Is that fair? Can we do that? I don't know. Can we do that? Can we do that? No? I'm talking to a wall, by the way. Yeah? All right, cool. Kind of want to show that. It's good. It's a good enough thing for Gatorade. H2O. Next game after break. Kerbal? Here, hang on. Let me ask him. "33 ignited, 31 completed firing." Ah. So SpaceX, this is coming right from SpaceX. Super Heavy Booster 9 static fire successfully lit all 33 Raptor engines with all but 2 running for the full duration. That's a hell of an improvement, man. That's a hell of an improvement. That's really good. They had 33 engine ignition. So this is coming from the Federal Communications Commission. License granted, Space Exploration Technologies, from September 7th to February 23rd, 2024. Purpose: experimental orbital demo and recovery of the Starship test vehicle from Boca Chica. Okay. Okay, so net September 7th. That's the FCC. So what's the FCC for the people that don't know? If you're like from overseas, you don't know what that is. That is the license for the antennas that are on Starship, so they can get a downlink with it. Replies to the SpaceX tweet has more camera views. Really? I guess I'm not going on break. I guess I'm not taking 5. Damn. Alright, let's take a look. Does this one have sound? Here, let's find out. Careful with the volumes, fellas. Yeah, it's the 7th now. They need to have a launch license, Aqualux. They're probably not going to apply for it until their testing is done. No sound on this one. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Oh, that overpressure event's awesome, dude. Dumb question, but why 33 engines instead of 11 that are 3 times the size or even 1? It's another good question, Cosmic. Give me 1 second, dudes. Cosmic, I'll answer in a second. I'm talking with NSF right now. I'm talking with somebody. Stop interrupting. I'm just kidding, man. Give me 1 second. All right. So, Cosmic. So why 33? All right. I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but the question is kind of, think of it like a chaser or a palate cleanser for what I'm about to explain. You ever step on a Lego? You ever step on that hurts. That hurts a lot. Legos are really strong. They're really strong. You ever have like a Lego plane that you made, you throw it at the ground, it shatters into a million pieces, but none of the Legos break, right? Right? None of the Legos break. Why? Well, they're really strong. They're really strong. They're injected molded plastic. It's really strong, really durable stuff. Would you make a skyscraper out of Legos? I'm serious. Like, take the Empire State Building. Like a 60, 70 story building. The Empire State Building's more than that, I think. Would you make that out of Legos? We don't see people doing that. Heck, no skyscrapers are made out of plastic. Why not? Why not? Because at that scale, Legos actually do start to shatter into a million pieces. They can't take the compression force, right? Now, what does that have to do with rocket engines? Well, rocket engines are a similar idea. Rockets apply compression force. They're designed to, they put load over the vehicle. And they put load on themselves. I mean, there's only an explosion going on inside of it, right? Rocket engines don't scale very well. They don't scale up very, very well. The reason why is a similar reason why Legos aren't used to make skyscrapers, or plastics aren't used to make skyscrapers at all. They don't scale. Now, why? Why don't they scale? Well, the quick and easy way to say why they don't scale is we don't have a pump that can move that much liquid that quickly. Not saying we couldn't. I'm not saying we couldn't make a bigger rocket engine, but at what point does it become easier to just make a bunch of smaller ones? Like Raptors, let's take Raptor for instance. Raptor has a staged combustion cycle, so it has 2 turbo shafts inside of it. The turbo shafts at the top, I say turbo shafts, but they're really not a turbo shaft. They're called pre-burners. And I'll tell you why they're called pre-burners in a second. The pre-burners have a turbine component that's designed to have gas flown over it so they can spin, and then it's connected on a drive shaft to a fluid impeller. The fluid impeller moves the propellants into the pre-burner. The pre-burner explodes it. It shoots through the turbine, spins the impeller more, and then from there, the gaseous exhaust from the pre-burner goes into the rocket engine. Raptor engines are insanely powerful. They are insanely powerful motors for what they are. Like, they're nearing like theoretical maximums of what you could do with methane. Raptor, which is not... There is bigger rocket engines. There's way bigger rocket engines. Raptor engines, the turbines move at 60,000 plus RPM. 60,000 revolutions per minute. That's the fastest turbo pumps that we have by a long shot. Actually, just on a quick side note, quick fun fact, Raptor has a sister engine, believe it or not, in its family tree. Raptor has a sister engine. It's the BE4, Blue Origin. Yeah, fun fact. Not a lot of people know that. Raptor and the BE4 both stem from an Air Force research laboratory project called the Integrated Powerhead Demo, which uses hydrostatic bearings in the applications of rocket turbine technology. Hydrostatic bearings are why Raptor can spin as fast as it can. The turbo shaft's actually submerged in the propellant when it's moving around. Yeah, hydrostatic, inside of, in water. Not in water, but you get the idea. So that's the fastest, those are the fastest ones that we know of. Right? That's the fastest things that we can do. If you make that rocket engine bigger, you either need more turbo pumps to pump all the fluid that you need in it for that bigger rocket engine, or you need some other way to deliver all that propellant fast enough. The only other ways that where you could do something like that is not using turbine machinery at all. Pressure fed, you can make a bigger pressure fed engine, or solid rocket boosters. You can make a bigger solid rocket booster. Just literally make it bigger. Why? Well, you don't have to worry about feeding your propellants into a combustion chamber with a solid rocket booster because the propellant's already in the combustion chamber. That's what a solid rocket booster is. Solid propellant is packed inside of the combustion chamber, and then there's a throat and a nozzle at the bottom. That's it. Simple, easy peasy. Or, in some applications, you have a segmented booster as well, where you just take a bunch of segments and make a pipe out of it, and then put a nozzle at the bottom, and then blow it out the bottom. Solid rocket boosters can scale a lot easier. So can a pressure-fed rocket. A pressure-fed rocket is basically just two valves, oxidizer tank, liquid fuel tank. You make the engine as big as you want, turn the valves on, bye-bye. So something like Sea Dragon, which has one big rocket engine in the first stage that's pressure-fed, could work. That could work. But generally, Cosmic, with turbine machinery, you can't really make it bigger because you can't deliver the propellant fast enough. Raptor is... I'm not going to say Raptor's barely delivering the propellant that it needs to fire it, but it's definitely pushing the ragged edge. Yeah, long story short, physics sucks. Thermodynamics too. That's why old school space shuttle the space shuttle had big engines. Those two white things on the side of the shuttle stack that's separating in that photo, that's a picture from one of the boosters. Yeah, you could just make a bigger solid rocket booster. Yeah, absolutely. Liquid fuel boosters, though, you want to make those bigger, it's harder to make bigger engines. One of the problems that they had with the Saturn V, which has 5 engines in the first stage, and those 5 engines are called F1 motors. The F1 motors are the second most powerful liquid fuel turbine machinery rocket engine ever made. The only thing that's more powerful is the RD-170. Excuse me. The RD-170, though, is more powerful because it has 4 nozzles. You have one gigantic turbine, or 2 gigantic turbines for oxygen and fuel, and they're feeding 4 nozzles. They spread it over 4 nozzles. That's important to understand. So, you have one gigantic freaking power pack feeding 4 nozzles, about as big as you can make one. Once again, ragged edge of turbine machinery, fluid transfer, right? I'm going to need another drink in a second. The F1 motor is a single nozzle with 2 turbo pumps. Well, actually, it's 1 turbo pump on 1 shaft. You have your gas generator, right? And then you have 2 fluid impellers that are all on 1 drive shaft. 1 for liquid oxygen, 1 for kerosene, right? One of the problems that they had with the F1 engine was sustaining it. Keeping the throttle. Keeping it throttled up. That was a problem. It was a big problem keeping the damn thing throttled. They couldn't keep the combustion chamber. They couldn't keep an explosion big enough in the combustion chamber, right? Basically, the explosion was evacing before they could feed more propellant, so your what's called combustion chamber pressure was going down. That causes cavitation inside of the combustion chamber. If you get if you get anything but explosion inside of the combustion chamber when the rocket engine is on, that's not good. That means you're creating uneven pressure from cavitation inside of the combustion chamber, and from there you're going to get lower thrust amongst other things, right? And you're going to get non-uniform heating of the combustion chamber. Non-uniform heating can make metal annoyed really, really quickly. Because if the entire metal of the combustion chamber is not absorbing as much heat as it possibly could, and part of it isn't absorbing it, that means all the other parts are absorbing more. You can get what's called nozzle burn through with that. That you don't want that. That's bad. That sounds as bad as it is. Yeah. So with the F1, they had trouble delivering the fuel in a way to keep the combustion chamber pressure, to keep the explosion there so the rocket engine would keep rocket engineing. That's the best way I can explain it. These thrust oscillations they became very apparent on Apollo 4 and Apollo 6. The two Saturn V test flights before they actually put people on it. Apollo 4 and Apollo 6 were very susceptible to what's called a pogo oscillation. If you've ever played Kerbal Space Program, you know that the Z key is full throttle and the X key is cut the throttle. So imagine launching a rocket in Kerbal, if you're a Kerbal player, and hitting ZX, 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 ZX really, really fast. So your rocket will just basically start shaking like crazy, and the whole thing will compress and decompress and compress and decompress and compress and decompress. That was happening to the Saturn V because they couldn't sustain the combustion chamber pressure. One of the marvels of the F1 is that they figured out a way to deliver the fuel correctly because they couldn't spin that turbine any faster. The way they impinged the fuel and delivered it, putting baffles inside of the injector plate, actually basically directing the gases to fill those voids that would happen just from a straight injector plate, right? That made the combustion more sustainable because they couldn't just make a stronger turbine. They couldn't just make a bigger turbine. Can't do that. It doesn't work like that. It's only so much fluid you can move with a turbine, right? Or with a fluid impeller that's attached to a turbine. Let me put it that way. You could have Pogo and KSB. In general, it's the Kraken, though. Yeah. Solid rocket grain geometry. That's super useful, Chief. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Cosmic, does that help? You're asking good questions, dude. I cherry-pick the questions out of chat that I think are the best. What the dog doing? Yep. So you're taking a little break an hour ago. Yeah, Splaga, I'm not going to shy away from a conversation about rockets. I like those. I'm very fond of them. Here. We haven't even looked at the other SpaceX shots yet. How about this one? Oh, that's violent. What a camera angle. That is violent. Whoa. Super Heavy chose violence today. Awesome, thank you. The bearing specs must be insane for these things. Can you imagine the tolerances? I mean, even non-hydrostatic bearing turbines, they're spinning at 20,000 RPM. 20, 30,000, easily. Dude, if something is just like maybe a thou out of tolerance, the whole thing will just grenade itself. It's crazy the precision involved here. And now think about all that. Think about everything that we just said, and then think about that. That's what I see every time the frickin' thing goes. I'm like, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. They had 33 ignitions, 2 engines shut off. All that machinery, all those pumps, all those damn pre-burners, everything working in perfect symphony. Unfreaking real. This is unreal amounts of difficulty here, and SpaceX is making it look like nothing. It's crazy, dude. You can see the sound. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so violent. Look at, oh my goodness. It's awesome. This footage is freaking sweet. Do you think 31 to 33 is an acceptable failure rate in getting Starship to orbit? Depends on what failed. Depends on what failed. I think Super Heavy only knows violence. Not sure it's much of a choice. That's a good point. Really hope that flying fence didn't take out your cameras. Yeah, the fence did get shot into oblivion, didn't it? Did it just evaporate all that water? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, because this camera angle is excellent for this. The reason why they're spraying the deluge system out and away from the rocket is because they want the momentum of the water to carry the pressure away. How's it going to carry the pressure away? And carry the heat away too, but it's mostly about alleviating pressure underneath here, because pressure is what caused the concrete to crack. When they spray the water that way and you fire the flames down, the flames are going to basically meet up with the water, and the water will evaporate and turn into steam, but it's still going to keep going in that direction. That deluge system will literally pull the pressure away. It'll pull it out from underneath. And it looks like, to be honest with you, it looks like they might need more deluge here because, well, maybe not more. I don't know. It's hard to say. But yeah, what you're seeing right there is the heat, and the heat from the rockets are from all 31 out of 33. We'll just say 33, right? The heat and the pressure from those is that water is getting immediately shot out of the deluge and turned immediately into gas. That's what you're seeing right here. Hey, Car Toys, why didn't they do a flame trench? I don't think they need one. I think this works just fine. Remember, SpaceX is trying to make. You got to think about this like not launching a rocket once a month or once a week. You got to don't think about it like that. Think about it like launching every day. If you have just a flame deflector down there, right, or a flame trench, that flame trench is going to get messed up, just like the pad did. Just like the pad did on the first IFT. It's going to get messed up every time. Flame trenches need to constantly be refurbished on any pad, even Falcon 9's pads. It's just something you never hear about. There's constantly people after every launch going in there, inspecting it, and filling in the cracks with adhesive on the flame trench because concrete is abrasive when a rocket engine shoots at it. I don't know about you, but I want to see a Starship on 39A. Yeah, me too. Water turning into steam increases pressure further, so they need to guide it outward. Well, yeah, exactly, Chief. And that increased pressure it creates a vacuum. It pulls it away, right? Because if you have high pressure here, higher pressure right here, and then basically underneath the rocket engines, it's going to pull it away. It's freaking genius, dude. It's really smart. I mean, SpaceX isn't the first one to do stuff like this. But it still is pretty smart. Had to go to the bank. Did we get new? 31 out of 33. So they had 33 good engine ignitions, Doom. 2 engines shut themselves off. So that means at T+0 we had 33 engines firing, and 2 of them shut off between T+0 and T+2. Now, that could be a million things. That could be a million things. I'm inclined to say that that probably has something to do with booster plumbing. They'll shut an engine off if it's not getting an adequate amount of propellant. But who knows? Weren't they calling something like a launch cadence of every 6 hours? 747 reusability, Aqualex, is the thing that's constantly referenced. So they basically want to make it as reliable as an airplane, which still does need checks in between flights, absolutely, and fuel and some maintenance, right? But I was about to say minimal GSE, but stage 0. Minimal turnaround time, I think, would be the right thing. With minimal turnaround time, when you have your deluge system, well, you could just fill it up with water again. That's no problem. Just fill it up with water again. Easy peasy. Rather than having to get people down there and inspect the flame trench, look around, fill in stuff. The water deluge system is your flame trench, basically. And this is a flame trench that's very easy to replenish and resupply. It's literally just pouring water into a bucket. You just need nitrogen and water. So you're swapping complexity. A flame trench is not nearly as complicated as a pad deluge system, but a pad deluge system favors reusability. Turnaround for a 747 is as short as a couple hours. Yep, yep. Give me 1 second. Oh dear, you don't want to know the conversation I'm having right now. Oh boy. Thanks, Nightbot. Love you too. Is that Panderific? I can see the link, dude. Oh yeah, that's actually the next thing here. That's the next top-down shot right here. Now we want to know more. So I asked the NSF guys if we could show the NSF update, and someone made a joke about streamers reacting to videos and then leaving. And then Chris B was like, "Oh, who does that?" And yep, now we have to explain how that whole conversation. Oh dear. If you know, you know. And if you don't, I'm not explaining it. Now I have to explain to Chris B what that means. Damn it. He's like, I'm Googling it. I'm like, no! No! Don't do it! Please, no! Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Anyway. Erudite, don't call me that. Don't do that. That is not the compliment you think it is. Hang on. Anyway, I regret typing that. Space Amor. No, I don't think so. No, I don't. Nope. No, I don't think so. Anyway, top-down view. Hey, all right. Ooh, this one has sound. That. They all had sound. Are you sure? Was this today? Yeah, this was a couple hours ago, Pacey. I've been sitting here gawking at it the entire time. Give me 1 second. Anyway. I heard the rumble, unless I'm just imagining it. Alright, well, let's see this one. Morton? Unless I'm going way too fast, I could have sworn I turned the sound on for this video when I watched it a second ago, and there was no sound. Unless we just entered a parallel rift and we're in the Q continuum or something. I may have just misclicked. Anyway. That's... what a beast. Alright. I've watched it enough, I think. Until maybe like 20 minutes from now when I want to watch it again. For now. For now. Alright. Shall we Star Raker? Seriously though, I gotta take 5. I need to grab another drink. I need an EJ deluge system here. When will then be now? Might that go in mission control? It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Any chance the force of the Raptors stopped the water from coming out of the pipe? It's possible, Litho, but I think it's just turning to steam. I think it's evaporating. I need an EJ deluge. I need water to suppress my stupid voice. Huh? I'm trying to get a video up here. Actually, you know what? I'll just play some tunage. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, dudes. Let's just do that. I will be back soon. Let's switch over to Kerbal. And I will change the category up. And I will be back momentarily. I'll just put on some tunage. I know, you can hear the typing. I think we're on... What part are we on for the Star Raker build, dudes? It's got to be like... I think we're on part 14. No, maybe... We'll do 13.